Let's just get this ball rolling before I distract myself again, shall we? Because invariably, I will go ooh shiny at something else on my desktop and I will not get anything done. So let's just move. Okay. So I've had my eye on this one for at least a year? I forget exactly when it came out at this point, honestly. And it went on sale a few times, thought about buying it. Went on sale again, thought about buying it. And now it just happened to fall into my lap from humble choice, so... It's one of those things. And rather than sit here and go on a whole diatribe explaining everything about this, let's just get moving. It can explain itself better than I can.
The residence of God, where peace has returned. The war that was promised, lost to the ages.
Flying whales, apparently.
The children of God, returning to their origins.
Okay, sparkles be going to everywhere.
She is gone. Those left behind are withering, day by day, from this deafening silence. The sun and stars have yet to return to their proper paths. The rain no longer graces its children.
There's already a lot to unpack here.
Souls once flowing in the stream are now lost beyond.
And you may be wondering why the intro is so loud. It ignored my volume sliders.
Forfeited their gifts, bestowed by God, and may be awakened no more.
Only her whispers can coax the souls to return to the world.
That one doesn't even have an image, it's just like, yep, those are words. The audio should be in much better balance at this point.
Cross soon once again. It was quite the effort to lay them to rest, but his soul certainly should have returned to the stream.
Let's go, but look over everything once more before we head back.
Always double check.
Back then, we were only admitted into Rubywood Village because of Chief Carmel's kindness.
Yeah, and we have been returning that favor by running all sorts of errands such as this one right now. I'm only doing it for the sake of arrows.
Well, somebody sounds a little bitter about having to do work.
And it was all because of the raising. Engarden has been a mess ever since, filled with more wanderers than in wartime.
The raising. Madam said that I lost most of my memories after it happened.
I mean, that does sound like a bad thing, all things considered. Usually things being raised is not a good thing. This is a very suspicious spot. But apparently it's nothing. Don't be surprised if I poke and prod literally everything as I go, because I already know there are hidden things. I encountered one when I was doing my audio balancing, and I will show it when we get there. Specifically now. Notice how it's not exactly very well hidden. There's enough open space right here, you can obviously tell that there'd be a way to drop down here. but it's also just covered enough that if you're not paying attention, you'd skim right past it. Hello, random hole. Hello, that guy. He's just in the background, so he's not our problem.
These annoyances are all throughout these woods. Hey, Ree, do you remember how to use that sword?
Well, I think we answered that question already. There we go. Now, it's worth remembering that you'll notice they turn only slightly darker when they're dead. I feel like that's going to come back to bite me at some point. Where I'm going to think something's still alive, waste an attack on it, and end up getting hit as a result. Yeah, I just have a bad suspicion on that one. Just grab us all the money. That I assume I can't break yet, but I'll be able to break in the future. So that's not something we need to worry about. There's also this. I went and stood on this for a bit, and nothing happened. And like running around on it. Considering it has been a whole 5 minutes, I can't really answer that yet. That's what I'm assuming. Either a different weapon will allow us to attack that spot, or a skill will allow us to do that. They tell you to use the attack to cross that, but honestly, air dashing works just as well. We'll get into the talent system here in a second. We're going to be getting another talent point very shortly, based on my very short test, so... we'll just go ahead and get both and spend both. Presumably enough people will still go to TwitchCon for it to still be relevant. I don't know, because I don't really pay attention to it. That's for people bigger than me. With way too much money to burn. I missed a couple of these. I presume they're currency, which is why I'm worrying about getting all of them. Here's another thing in the background. I assume going up is progress, which is why I want to go this way first. But yeah, considering we've got an air dash and a little bit of hover on our attacks, I don't anticipate the traps being too big a problem. I don't know what this is, but I want it. Ah, health extension? Probably health extension. Ah, and this is the other side of the thing I was looking at that I couldn't do something with. And it rewarded me with a better healing potion. I was gonna say, please tell me that that's not gonna stay there till I do the thing it's asking me to do. Because I have no reason to worry about quick slotting health items right now. We have not even taken more than a single hit so far, so I'm not really worried about healing yet. There we go. We got a bunch of talent points to spend, so I probably should start spending them. As you can see, quite an extensive tree to work with here. Complete with actual full other moves and things. Which we will be worrying about eventually. Is when I was looking around, most of them seem to be tied to weapons. And most of which are weapons we don't have yet, so... I'm not so sure I need to worry about them that badly. I am gonna grab both of these Wisps of Valor, though, since they raise main weapon attack, and that's all we've got right now. So it makes the most sense to have that. And I'm not too scared of our health currently. This seems like a good thing to have, so we'll work our way that way and go grab the Crescent Moon. That sounds like a useful move. Ah, plot is happening.
Wanderers! Yep. We must have missed a few corpses after all. Be careful. I'll help too.
I'm sure you will. Ah, you hit behind you when you do that, huh? Oh yeah, one upsetting thing with this game, you can't dash through enemies. I learned that when I was doing my test. That's the one thing so far that I'm not a fan of, is your dash collides with enemies. You can dash fast enough on the ground that it's not really a huge issue, but it's gonna be something that's gonna get me hit a bunch while I adapt to it. Like, I appreciate the basically no cooldown dash we have. That's quite nice. Though, Lord knows that's gonna get me in trouble in its own ways.
Thy remnants shall be kept as prism bones. May our paths soon cross again.
Job is done here. Now Ifri will return to the village and take a well-deserved nap.
You do that. I guess this was the progress path, so I should actually turn around and go to the other place first.
That sound. It's coming from that way.
It sure is, which is why we're not going that way yet. We'll deal with the plot in a minute. There was another path the other way. There was actually multiple other paths we didn't take yet. Yeah, we grabbed that already. But there was this whole hook path up here that they tutorialized us on how to get to, which is why I assumed this was the path to progress. Oh, but I guess we can't go any further this way yet anyway, so this is irrelevant. Never mind. I thought I could, like, climb that vine or something, but I hadn't tested it. So I guess we're on the rails right now. We don't really have other choices as to where to go yet. Not really a shock this early on. I will say this moves very well. I haven't had any response issues so far.
Ha! Try this!
Good job throwing that fireball, little buddy. Now, if you could just do more of that, that'd be great. That was easy.
Fears not Ifri's flame.
It certainly feared my sword after it got slashed up. Does that count?
This aura. It's familiar. Ah, it's the aura belonging to Goliath Scion. Engard and Raised. How did they end up here? How is it possible?
It's also apparently not dead. What? In the... Well, that's weird. Okay, that's probably not great. I can't help but notice that its health bar is no longer moving. I think I'm not supposed to win this, perhaps. Just a sneaking suspicion there with the whole it not taking damage thing. And that did more than half my health. Interesting.
Madam, I want to be
Yep.
sure of who I was.
Renee, you were always the special one, granted with the gift of the gods, a gift without equal.
What gift?
A gift that would allow you both to survive this broken world. You would have loved the way we live now.
Only memories are perennial.
Okay.
This is the confluence of stream at the village? We were definitely dead then. Why were we not sent to the Sea of Souls?
And we didn't return from the well. Is this the gift that Eros mentioned?
Woo, immortality, yeah.
It seems that my power allows me to return from the confluence.
Wow! A marvelous gift it is then. Why don't we give it another try, Ree?
I don't think you should be in such a hurry to die again, Ifri.
It should be impossible for such dangerous monsters to appear near the village. We must make haste and inform Madam at once.
Considering that thing didn't have a health bar that moved, I'm willing to bet we could not win that fight. Just headbutt the fruit and that's how we save. Okay. It's like, I could have used one of my healing potions, but considering it did more than half my health in one hit, don't think it would have been viable. We didn't get any more talent points. We can't do anything with Afterimage yet. Sudden roar of a beast deep in the forest. Yeah, that's all that just happened. Yeah, and we did get credit for defeating the wolf, so presumably that's exactly how that was supposed to play out. Okay, that's blank. Good to know. I was trying to find that note we picked up. There it is. Torn page which seems to be a note. So this wonderful fruit really does grow at the confluence of stream. I heard that sophisticated adventurers would seek out confluences to rest on the road and eat the fruit. Although the stream is not drinkable, the fruit is a valuable food to replenish the body. Who knows when the next fruit would appear? Or I'd better pick this one. Pity my soul is not strong enough to eat it right now. Ugh, I hate cooking. Relatable. Prison bone of a village of Rubywood. Ordinary people with weak spiritual strength will not produce prism bones as beautiful as that of a master mage. Okay, so there's a difference there. Ah, the divine seeds increase after an image activation. I just realized there's a typo there. There's a letter missing right there where my cursor's pointing. Limped instead of limit. That's a shame. Ah, okay, so the divine seeds are activation, and the thing I thought was a max health increase is in fact that. I get 3 of those and my max health goes up. Got it. We also have this broken mask from question mark. And this, I presume, is the thing that's bringing us back to life. A stone engraved with a mysterious rune glittering with golden light. A rune treasured by the companion of the amnesiac girl, containing healing and regenerative power not only to the body, but also to the soul. Although being faded of her memory, the girl dimly remembered that this glyph was indeed what had accompanied her since childhood. She still had no idea of its power until she met her careless companion. We can also open up a map. Seems like a pretty good map. It tells you where all of the important people are. Tells you where we are, which is here. We have 0% completion so far, so that's concerning. I assume these symbols are the area. No label. Is this where we died? It would have to be, right? It's the same color as us and it's a ghost, so it would make the most sense. Because I think we spawned in, like, down in here somewhere. Because this is where we jumped up to over here, and we couldn't continue any further. This is where that shaky bit of rock was. This was the other area where we couldn't climb any higher. In fact, yeah, I think this is where we originally spawned in, because we dropped down initially. So that's definitely where we died, then. It really wasn't far from the village at all, then, yeah.
The aura is curious, and this stranger has created a glamour that conceals her body. She seems no threat, though.
Well, if they're concealed behind a glamour, how are you going to be able to tell their threat?
Another ode, and the toughest yet. The memory shard is resonating. A resonant? Seems that you cannot count yourself among them yet.
Them? Of whom do you speak?
Faded, has it? Then you would do well to stay away from those who dress like you.
Interesting.
It's perplexing. I felt a familiar feeling in her. A voice sounds in my head, but it isn't clear to me.
That's impossible! She can use the soul crystallization spell? And Garden raised! What was she babbling on about? We don't have time for this! We need to hurry back!
I mean, I may as well take this that she left here. I mean, there's no reason not to, right? It's all just free souls. Yeah, nothing there? Okay. Nope, nothing. Can't drop that. Okay. Looks like we need to drop down to get to that chest. I'll be with you in a moment, bird. You are not my problem right now. Yeah, I didn't figure he could get down there. Right now, I'm gonna leave absolutely nothing standing because we're gonna need all the experience we can get, probably. Let none survive. Okay. Something I was curious about is up by where our talent points are, there was the blue fluid there. I was trying to determine whether the stuff we were picking up was filling that or if our experience was. I'm currently in the camp of our experience is filling that up. Okay, monsters can drop materials, so there might be some grinding involved here at some point. If I want to get everything, which I doubt I'll worry about on the whole. But if we start having trouble, I will obviously go out of my way to acquire more things to balance that situation out. Really a nice looking game. A little too nice looking, if that makes sense. Like, I'm kind of worried there's gonna be points where there's gonna be too much going on screen and I'm gonna not be able to figure out what's happening. We now have a second weapon, though. It's just a piece of wood, but it's still a weapon. Good attack range on that. And it looks like I can swap between the two at will. You know, as long as I'm not mid-animation with something else. There's another confluence, so we'll go ahead and touch that. Headbutt another fruit. Okay, so the confluences respawn all the enemies, as one would expect them to. Just spike him down the hill. The higher range on this scythe is definitely going to be useful, I think. Because it'll hit places my swords can't. Swords, I think there's only one. Sometimes it looks like she has two, and that's why I'm like, maybe. The butterflies are kind of annoying already. Because they can be a little hard to spot, especially with all of these other blue things floating around. I think I've learned a trick for attacking quicker already. It's got the classic, if you attack just as you're hitting the ground, you can sometimes get more attacks situation. Like, there's just a very simple animation cancel it looks like you can do there. So obviously we are going to make use of that whenever I think of it. These goddamn butterflies are the worst. I will say, it's nice that it's kind of unobtrusive with how you're gaining the talent points. But I also definitely am noticing the fact that I'm gonna not notice when we get one. Grab that, and now we have a dash attack, it looks like. Basically, we can dash in and jump back. Oh no, it doesn't start with the dash. If I press both at the same time, she just straight jumps back. So I might just use that in place of dashing entirely if I need to go backwards then. Interesting. Oh. Oh, I'm a fool. Turns out if you don't press any directions when you dash, she automatically dashes backwards. But I think that's only because of the ability we now have. Because I'm pretty sure I've dashed without input before and she went forward. But there may also be, like, the tiniest bit of stick drift that influences that for all I know. It's gonna require further testing before I can be sure of any of that. What do we got here? Resting potion. Rest potions are used for fast traveling to confluences. Neat. So we have a fast travel method. It is a limited one because it requires an item, but we probably can get more of those later on without it being too big an ordeal. So we'll keep that in mind. Look at all of these goddamn spikes everywhere. I think the butterflies respawn without us touching a confluence, or enemies just in general respawn over time or something. Because we definitely cleared out everything on that path and suddenly there was a butterfly again. Suspicious. What's hidden in this back corner, game? What are you hiding from me? Apparently nothing. I did every possible interaction in that corner and nothing happened. Yet. There might be something later or something goofy like that. Or maybe that's just a teaching tool right now. Like, hey, pay attention for places you can't see but you can walk. It seems like everything's on fire, and I'm assuming everything's not normally on fire.
The village. No. How could this have come to pass?
Well, people got some flammable things together, they started a fire, and then things burned. That's usually how fire works, lady. I don't really know how the village itself came to burn, but that's how fire happens.
So those fiery monsters were truly targeting our village?
What fiery monsters? There was nothing I would have described as fiery anywhere amongst our adventure here. Unless they mean, like, the blue spooky ghost stuff that was on, like, that armor we fought. I guess that could be a blue flame.
Madam. Ifri, can you locate Madam?
Era's aura was not near here.
Let's enter the village proper. Madam must have set the protection circles somewhere.
If you have an aura that people can smell, I feel like you might just need better hygiene. Just saying. What's this? Ah, the echo left by Chief Carmel always reminds me of those ambitious, passionate days. Although he's no longer with us, there will always be a way to remember him and what he did for the village, at least until this echo of him has completely dissipated. So that's what the echoes are. Okay. And now we actually have one, so we can look at that. We also have another talent point. Requires level 60 to upgrade that one. Oh, damn. It may not be my worst idea to grab a health increase right quick. I'm not really gonna, like, follow this whole tree of getting tougher, per se, but a single point of extra health, since it's 5 per point, probably isn't a bad idea. The second one I feel like is diminishing return for us at the moment, since it's 2 points for another 5. Just a touch more health couldn't be a bad thing. There we go. Okay, that just says the same thing. so I don't need to look in the menu for those when we find them unless I accidentally skip one. You again, huh? With half the health this time, though. Taking less damage, but having less health. Interesting exchange there, really. There we go. Grab the talent point.
A near miss. If the wolf hadn't been wounded so seriously, that would have been dangerous.
But we took out one that was at full health already. What are you on about?
The spell was quite powerful. It seems that Madam has fought these monsters before.
Some of this doesn't make sense.
Looks like our master mage Eros has taught it a lesson for Ifri. Quite excellent, if I do say so.
This spell. Madam would never use it without good reason. The village. Everyone. Please keep yourselves safe.
Oh, did the madam blow the village up trying to kill the monsters? That, you know, that would check out a bit, wouldn't it? You know, the good old last-ditch panic move of blow up everything. Oh, these give experience and give map information. That's it. From today on, this is our new home. A village in the Rubywood Desert. For simplicity, call it Rubywood Village. You know, I have multiple questions here. One, why is a desert called Rubywood to begin with? Wood and desert really don't kind of go hand in hand, do they? And this is very wooded for a desert, so I guess that's why it ended up called Rubywood. Is, you know, red trees everywhere. The nature of this world still confuses me, I suppose, is what I'm getting at. But we've only just begun, so I'm sure things will start to eventually make some sense. Though they also said that this world's kind of jacked up right now, so that could also be a thing. I saw the weird mage over there with the barrier up, but we'll deal with that in a minute. There are things to get. I'm not sure I can get that right now. Ow. Yeah, I think that's beyond my ability to do the right kind of tricks to do. I would need to be able to dash in the air twice or have a double jump or something, I feel, to reach that conveniently. Because we got incredibly close with the bit of shenanigans I did. Maybe a different weapon would also give me more airtime than the scythe. That would also work. But for now, let's go find out plot things.
Already passed through here?
Stop! What are you doing to her? Cease casting that spell right now!
Eros was siphoned into her crystal!
Well, that's a problem.
Do not disturb me.
Leave Madam alone!
Bad. Stop it.
If you
Stop
know
what you
nothing
do.
of it, then refrain from interfering with everything you see.
Nope, I'm gonna touch it. I'm gonna poke it.
Ree, if we do nothing, Eros may end up like those wanderers.
Yes, I know what must be done.
I feel like crying wasn't what must be done, but go ahead and get that out.
Should be
You're
the
gonna need
last
to do
one.
that.
Madam,
Renee, you know too. That girl never killed Eros. She just captured her soul. I think she should still be safe for now.
nevertheless, we must make haste if we wish to catch up with her.
I feel like that's not gonna work out in our favor right now, but sure, we can try.
As you say. She's headed east with Eros, and I remember that there's a town on the way.
Then we head for that town first. Someone mayhaps seen her. But she would be left unidentifiable wrapped in her cloak. I failed to see how she looked.
Hold on. I think... Yes. Under the cloak was a glamour. I saw a strange triangular emblem on it.
A triangular emblem. That must be a clue. Let's set off then.
A clue, Sherlock. Can I go under here? Nope. So the village is burned, the mentor's technically dead. But with the whole soul catching thing, maybe she's not actually dead. Who knows? We'll figure that one out as the plot decides. We're allowed to figure that out, I guess. I gotta say, I feel like there's a lack of impact on that, considering we had never even encountered the character before the character was just immediately killed off. Like, obviously it's impactful for Renee, but it doesn't mean anything to the player because there was no connection there at all. But I'm sure that's one of those things that'll get filled out as we go and make more sense. Or it won't. Either one, really. That sounds like it could be useful. We'll go ahead and grab this because a diagonal attack might actually be huge. We've got, like, input moves, which is gonna be ridiculous. Like, I gotta go down right attack for that one. We can't slide, can we? Nope, we sure can't. Oh, we have a singular heal charge, it looks like, that we just natively have. And I wasted it pressing buttons trying to figure out if I had a slide that I didn't know about. That's a shame. Other one. There we go. I am meant to go that way. I guess I'll just go down here. Well, this is neat. So goddamn bright over there that all color is gone. Everything's just silhouettes. Whee! This can't possibly end badly. Ah. Give me all the stuff. Give me all the prizes. Balm acquired. Bombs can be used to acquire the latent memories of weapons. Okay, so that's our weapon upgrade material. Got it. I don't think I'm gonna do that yet, because I don't know if I care about either of these weapons. 4 more attack, 4 more attack, okay. I wonder if the description on some of those items will change over time. Considering we gained the knowledge of what the area is called when we got the echo about the village. We learned that the area was called Rubywood. I keep ending up dashing into it trying to do the back jump attack, so I feel like the back jump might actually just get left by the wayside. Weird goddamn berry luncheon lizard. Why do you squeak so much too? Are they not fruit? Are they made out of rubber? What's going on here? We have another weapon. Presumably. Yep, that sure is a weapon. Of the leather whip, there was once a bold fellow who followed the example of others and went to ask craftsman to make him a wooden whip with a piece of good wood. I feel like a whip made out of wood would be weird. It also says that it's a leather whip, but also says it's a wood whip, and I'm... Okay, that air attack on the whip is ridiculous. That's gonna get me killed, but it'll do great things as well. So far, something I'm appreciating, by the way, that I should point out, is I can equip any of these weapons in any of the 2 slots we have. So, like, the whip could end up being our main hand weapon, if we really wanted to. I like it when games don't just randomly decide, no, this is sub-weapon only, you can't use this in your other hand. That would be crazy. Like, obviously, for the time being, we'll keep the sword as our primary weapon because it's our fastest weapon. Neat.
I thought I'd see such a massive creature around here.
I can't smell the Goliath of Pyro's aura, even though it's engulfed in flames.
I mean, if all you can smell is fire on it, then wouldn't that be hard to detect the aura at that point? Physics can't stop me. Rainbow Plains, a place you want to settle down. Indeed, there are plenty of wanderers here, but after the raising, how many places can you find to have such beautiful and peaceful views? I guess all the other views burned to the ground in the raising, huh? So, that seems like a bad place to go. Going down into that hole where the moat presumably would be. That is not the attack I expected that to have. I expected him to, like, try to headbutt me, and instead he just chucked himself across the ages at me. Well, then. Whee! Oh, this was a deeper well than I thought.
There are far more wanderers in the wilds than around the village.
Let's deal with them too,
Well,
so others
gee.
don't get hurt.
It's almost like out in the wilds, there would be more monsters. Crazy concept. Well, that's not what I meant to do. Hopefully that doesn't cause that treasure to despawn. That would be upsetting. And in order to get that thing that was up there, I would have to have hit that path I saw quick enough. Just gonna whip your shins. Dang it. I think I might actually want to switch to the scythe to make that jump. But this guy needs to be dealt with first. Okay. We get a little bit more airtime with the scythe. Really? I disagree, video game. We just dropped just that little bit. But if I do it too early, I don't get the distance instead. There we go. I was pretty sure that was physically doable. Well, that's upsetting. God, that is really precise. I might not even be meant to get up here right now. Just bully that guy into a corner. Yeah, that hover on the scythe is a little funky at times. Dang it. I'm not sure I can make that jump right now. I say, knowing full well I'm going to try at least a couple more times before I give up on that idea. Okay, you know what? You've made your point, video game. You don't want me up there right now. I was wondering where he was going to end up when he jumped off of there. Turns out, way farther than I thought. Good to know. I can deflect ranged attacks? Neat! Does more damage than me stabbing him, too, which... that part's kind of wild, but... you know. Oh, maybe it's not an animation cancel off of the jump. Maybe it's actually a sweet spot where things get hit more than once by certain weapons. Because you'll notice we hit him twice with the whip a couple times off of a single attack. I'm learning things. This game is deeper than it looks, I think, while also being slightly obtuse so far. Health potion. I'm worried that I'm gonna lose that other item that I accidentally opened the box with the whip on. There's definitely a sweet spot for damage on the whip, at least. Okay, now there's the item, and we didn't lose it. Mana potion. Well, that doesn't really matter to us right now anyway. So it wouldn't have been the worst to lose that. Okay, that's a little annoying. Having this guy just randomly appear at our feet as we're dropping down was kind of upsetting. Grab Wyvern Sting. Okay, we need to get to a higher level before it lets us go further that way. Okay. Level limitations are a little sad, but it's understandable. They don't want you just going flying off in a direction. So we got a dash attack with the scythe. We've got a down and forward attack with the whip. Oh wow, there's synergies too. If Whipmaster is learned and a blade is equipped, this skill will be enhanced. I'm loving this system so far, this talent system we've got here. Because it'll also be encouraging you to use other weapons potentially. Because like, you'll eventually run out of room on any particular weapon. So it'll encourage you to then branch out into another weapon once you run out of points to spend in that direction. Or in the case of our sword path we were on a moment ago, you're not a high enough level to finish the path, so you split off somewhere else. So I wonder... I have to assume, based on this tree, that there's then only whips, dual blades, the single sword we already had, scythes, and great swords in this game, based on the available abilities. But every weapon has multiple moves. The sword admittedly does seem to have the most moves, which is not shocking considering it's your starting weapon. And then there's this whole path over here where you just issue weapons entirely and focus on your sub-weapons. Which is an interesting thought as well. And we've got 4 different flavors of elemental attack, it looks like. No idea how good those are or how interesting they are, so I'm not going to worry about going that path yet. Let's put a couple points this way so that I can grab, like, the whip move, the scythe move, and maybe the dual blade move as well. When we eventually find a greatsword, I'll probably grab a point up that way just to see how that move is as well. What was the input for our new attack? Up an attack, okay. It doesn't seem to be working. It's just up and press attack. Oh, maybe... That almost looks like a katana, actually, so I think that's for a different weapon that we do not have. Which also explains why it looked like there was 2 sword paths. It's because one's a sword path, one's a katana path. Okay, so that was kind of a wasted point, but it's fine. We're learning. Let's see. So we still haven't gone all the way down and over here. So I guess we'll go all the way down first and then go take a look around. Like close off corners and such. I have regrets about my choices. Ah, it turns around and goes high. Okay. Okay, you've got a jumping axe attack. Got it. I made a mistake. I didn't mean to duck there. Oh, he is a chameleon. Okay. This is why I said that that jumping whip attack, though, looked ridiculous, because in just the right position, it does horrific damage, apparently. And he dropped a lot of stuff. Okay, so you do have a limit as to how many potions you can carry. We did get a talent point out of him. I was kind of hoping we were actually going to get another equipment item out of him. Like we would get that boomerang he was throwing or something. As like our third weapon. Apparently not, though. This badge is amazing. I can feel a mighty power while holding it. Inject energy into it, and you can actually drive its power to move fast across the ground. That would make the task of patrolling much easier. Okay, something that makes people move faster. We would definitely be interested in that if we can find that. Unless maybe that's the same as the thing that lets us dash, perhaps. Jump over here, jump back. Quit it with the tail wax, you. Knock it off. Bye. I couldn't have done that better if I tried. Hitting the other one with his friend's shot and killing him. Good to know, though, that those grapes can be deflected, too. So I can just do that, then, to hard counter or those. Another health potion. It's interesting to note that the health potions are independent of our singular health charges we have per life as well. Or at least, I'm assuming so far that they are a single charge per life. Unless we are actually using our potions when we do that. Okay, yeah, there's their prism bone. Nothing else of note in there at the moment. We did get 2 more points. And I think it's just gonna be a matter of I'm gonna spend some of that back here again. Well, no, I was saying I wanted to grab the the scythe move and the whip move. So since we're still using the whip, we'll grab these 2 weapon attack increases to head down here. And then when we grab a couple more points, we can grab both skills and find out how much I like or don't like those. Okay, so those breakable walls are one-way paths. You can only break them from the side that you don't initially find them from. Noted. And down there is where we would have fallen if I had just jumped down there instead of jumping across this. Got it, got it. Understanding the layout of the land. I do want to jump back down in here again because of that path we saw over here where the treasure was. So far, this game seems pretty generous with experience. But we're also fighting a lot. Aha! Magic weapon acquired. Open the game menu and switch to equipment to equip magic weapons. We have a book of water magic, presumably, from the word hydro. Spellbook attack 38.9. We can cast Burst Ball. Okay. We have Water Ball. Hooray. Takes a decent chunk of our magic to use that. Oh yeah, we never did break that wall. It doesn't matter. It doesn't actually lead anywhere at this point anyway. Let's head to the right down here now, since we didn't follow this pathway over here up yet. Okay. See, if I'm paying attention, I can spot where those wanderers are gonna pop up and not just walk straight into them. Here's a confluence, a big confluence on that note. Do these big ones have a special advantage? It looks like they might, because they've got a different symbol. Another talent point. Very good. That'll get us that whip move. Okay, so down, forward, whip. Okay. Doesn't seem like anything too special right now, but later on it may become better, considering it listed that it has synergies. Okay, these things have a decent bit of health, apparently. Not enough to withstand that, though. I wonder if things have, like, specific weapon weaknesses as well or something. I wouldn't be surprised if they do, honestly. If you're wondering if I just pounded both his own and his friend's arrow into him, the answer to that question is yes. Yes, I did. Because they happen to line up just right. Aha, wooden sword. But I would assume that's not any better than the sword we're using, right? It'd be kind of weird if a wooden sword was better than our fancy-y looking sword. The prism bone. But I guess the option of the wooden sword would be to... What? This doesn't make any sense. Why is a training sword so strong? Well, best not to argue with it, I suppose. Better is still better. Stat go burr. Actually, wait. Did that say... Ah, yeah, it's a decorative sword. That's what I ended up seeing. Okay. There's the thing, then. Okay, never mind. A sword for decoration could actually be worse than a sword made out of wood. Never mind. That makes perfect sense. Prism powder. Yeah, we were up here already because that box is open. Okay. And the reason why you keep seeing me open the menu by accident instead of the map is it's left on the touchpad of the PS4 controller to open the map. It's right on the touchpad in order to open the menu unless I want to press start. Both do the same thing. So I keep thinking the whole touchpad does the map because that would make sense. But it doesn't. Yeah, this stronger sword is as expected, making a very massive difference in how fast we can travel around here. As we just rip through these guys now. Funny what a little more power does for you, huh? We also have enough points for the scythe move now, which is forward dash and attack. Okay, looks like you'd want to use a scythe if you're also focusing on your sub-weapons a bit, because you get extra elemental damage over here past the scythe. Ooh, spin. Spin seems like it might be real good. What's the next whip move? 2 heavy blows with the whip, which combines with a greatsword. What do? Like, you put the greatsword on the end of the whip and you do something real stupid? Because that would actually be great. I would be 100% down for that, even though it's a terrible idea. Just because it would be funny. I just realized what that specifically says. There's a way for you to specifically reduce contact damage in this game. It's almost like they knew contact damage wasn't a great idea to begin with. So the fact that you can only reduce it a very small amount is kind of sad. Ooh. Gotta get to a really high level for those, but those might be nice. Yeah, because you only reduce it by like 4%. I feel like that doesn't even matter. Like, maybe I'm crazy, but I feel like that's just insufficient. Let's go ahead and at least get a level of sub-weapon attack so that our magic does a worthwhile amount. That's fine. There's still this whole area over here. Choo, choo. Wow, it does 77 to those guys straight out the gate. Maybe I didn't need to increase my sub-weapon attack after all. Though that did take all of my magic to kill him. Like that, so... I presume, unless you focus on it, the sub-weapon is probably meant to be exactly what a sub-weapon is meant to do, which is be a supplement to your attack, not your sole means of killing. Looks like we get MP back on kill or hit, one of the two, natively. Oh no, there's a wizard. I will defeat you with the best spell made. Spell of stab. I would like to get what's in there. Looks like there's a path above. No, 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 no. No, there isn't. Path below. We need to be able to somehow break through that, I think. Because if I back up... Wait. Okay, so the touchpad might just be confused, because I pressed left and I was getting the menu that time. Oh no, that is a dead end. So there must be a hidden path somewhere that leads across the top here, because you can see where the dotted lines are. Or, I'm assuming the dotted lines are indicative of that. Also, I appreciate the area-by-area completion rates. Those are always nice to have. And there are too many games that don't give you that kind of feedback, so you know whether you're done in an area or not. Let's see. It must be like a drop down from over here or something. Though if there is, we're not getting to it right now because we can't jump up there. Which is a shame because that looked like it was actually like a big item of some kind. Please. Okay. Send the elevator back down. guess who forgot what those guys did already? I'll give you a hint. It was the guy that got hit in the face with one. They're really just giving away talent points left and right. So I guess with the fact that a bunch of things cost 2 talent points like right away, I guess that's why. It just seems kind of silly. So far, the only thing we've found to spend this blue stuff on is enhancing a weapon. I wonder if there will actually be like a shop or something. Because if you think about it, if we look at the map, there are merchants and conjurers, so presumably those will be people you can spend that blue stuff at. It also looks like there's not actually that much up here, at least not in this section. That attack comes out just fast enough that my reflexes are not having it today. I keep getting rocked, but that's okay. We're not really in any danger so far. And if at any point I feel like I'm in danger, we have plenty of health potions. I will say this game's got a little bit of a foreground background issue. Like, these shields right in front of my feet here don't actually exist. And I feel like a little bit more clarity would be great on that. Like, they're obviously a little darker, so you could tell if you look at it close enough that they're background, but at a glance, they look like they could easily be something you could stand on. Well, I wasn't intending to kill that other guy, but he caught a water ball for the bat, so it worked out. Ah, that opens the gate. Understood. Before we worry about going through any gates, though. Another mana potion. I will say, I appreciate the fact that this game has both a healing ability and potions. I do want to point that out because I feel like too many games of this type have fallen into the trap of feeling like they need to have really limited healing options. And like, I get it. It's a way to scale difficulty. And combining Souls-likes and Metroidvanias kind of became the thing to do for a while. Which is where a chunk of that ends up coming in from, to a degree. At least in recent times, but it doesn't hurt you to provide tools to your players. Because here's the thing. It is player choice at that point to use or not use the resources they receive. If people are complaining that too much is provided and it makes the game too easy to have these resources on hand, there's a very simple answer to that. It's called, if you want the game to be harder, don't use the things. People are more than capable of challenging themselves. And that's one of the many things I was kind of hinting at when I said that there are many vectors by which you can modify a game's difficulty without actually having difficulty options per se. Is by being able to change the amount of tools a player is provided with, for example, you can very wildly change the difficulty of a game. I thought I equipped the greatsword, but apparently I did not. I definitely pressed the button for it to happen, but it didn't happen. Okay. Okay, that's not too bad. That's not as slow as I was worried it was gonna be. Definitely the slowest weapon we have, but I would be very confused if a greatsword wasn't the slowest weapon you have. Okay, so we get a golf swing. Which does some work, apparently. Okay. I'm kind of down for that. We don't have the key. Okay, understood. And we know we have an ability that combines a whip and a greatsword, but we also have one that combines a blade and a whip as well. Okay, good, there's no fall damage. Today we learned. Because I fell pretty far there, though we'd fallen farther when we fell down the well, I think. You get some decent float when you swing the greatsword in the air as well. Okay, over here is where we hadn't been. Well, goodbye, sir. God damn. Really sent that guy. What's this? Oh, I'm gonna go out on a limb and assume that's the key. And there's also this. Another resting potion. Is the map in this loop here somewhere? It isn't. So I just have to kind of fight with that now and then. Though it's probably partially because this controller's getting old. So sometimes janky things happen. So I wouldn't blame the game for that. But yeah, we're already halfway completed with this area, much like we were with the previous one. In fact, yeah, we're actually at 48 for both, so that's funny. I wonder if the float from the greatsword is enough for us to make the jumps over here we were looking at. I don't think it is. But it might be. It seems a little cleaner about making that than the scythe was. But I still feel like that might be too high. Or not. Oh, this is why we test these things. Rather than assuming. That next one, though. That next one is sketchy. Goddamn. Well, timing's wrong now. Everything is ruined. You might be noticing, by the way, that sometimes I'm not doing it after a dash. That's because I'm hitting the button and sometimes the greatsword animation just doesn't take. And I think that's just lag time from it being a greatsword. Like, I feel like I have to make the jump from here. There we go. And we got a ritual necklace. Nice. What does it do? That's the all-important question. Slightly recover HP when MP is recovered. And considering we get MP whenever we are killing / hurting things, we basically have lifesteal, as long as we keep using our sub-weapons. That is huge. I'm glad I fought with that at Path for so long, because that's definitely worth it. Oh yeah, we can't get up there yet. That was why we ended this path off. So I'm glad I gave the greatsword a try at the very least, because at a minimum it has granted us this necklace. Because I still don't think we were making those jumps without it, considering the hover time. Oh, later. I could pursue him, but honestly I don't think it's worth it to me. It's not a lot more experience, and it's just more heartache. Can't jump on these crates, so this is actually legitimately outside of our range, I think. I can't shenanigan my way up there. Since I don't have, like, a launching attack or anything I can use to send myself up there.
Lost
Oh, hi
Ascension.
there.
In the name of God, I am here to guide you.
I guess this is what they were talking about by saying to avoid people that dress like us. Is similar mask right there underneath the moon, and obviously the exact same design of clothing with some slight differences, like a blue trim, and instead of yellow there's just more white.
Who are you? And what do you mean by essential?
Be careful! She's coming at us!
When one says come at me, bro, this isn't what they mean. Okay, Greatsword is not the one for this fight for me. Let's get the whip back. Yeah, and that's what I was gonna use the whip for, in case people were wondering, is the hover to stay above certain attacks. I think it'll be useful. Get a load of that. Okay. Cut it out with the projectile spam, lady. That's why I didn't want to heal yet, but the game was insisting, so I'm like, you know what, fine. Maybe I have iframes while healing for some stupid reason. That's a very punishable attack, at least. I don't know if anybody else has noticed a theme with her attacks, but there was a lot of moon-related things happening there.
That all you got?
Well, you're the one that lost, so you tell me.
You are too weak. That's why everything you love fades away before your very eyes. And you do not but watch. You are powerless to prevent it. Gain strength, and don't let her down.
Harsh. Wow. Trial of Soul unlocked. Secret art full moon. Ah, that's one of the arts on the talent tree. Okay, so that's where we get those from. That's this one here. So we learned, I presume, the move she was doing, that vertical swing that kept clipping me. Okay. So boss fights are going to be the way we get our secret arts, then. Probably, aside from one or two that might be hidden in the world somewhere. Good to know. And that fight definitely got dicey, but I also got really greedy at points, so that's not a shock that we almost lost that. And it's a new area. Quest updated. Well, I don't think this town's gonna help us somehow, judging from the damage to that first build. Oh no, there's people here. People are alive. I really thought this place would burn to the ground, too.
Welcome, travelers from afar, to Resting Town.
A little on the nose with that name, isn't it?
Excuse me. Have you ever seen a girl pass through here whose cloak bears a triangular emblem?
That's not much of a description.
No, can't say I have. Might want to ask around, though.
The voice acting on that guy in particular seems a little extra, and I'm kind of here for it. Another dim balm. I got excited when I saw the weapons everywhere in here. I thought this was gonna be like a weapon shop or something. Instead, I think I just stole the last remaining supplies of a blacksmith who is not home. And you know what? I'm here for it. That's fine by me. Ooh, fancy thing. Flower of Confluence. This exotic flower blooming at the confluence contains the power of stream. It helps those who travel the stream to locate the position of confluences when interacting with main streams, allows the bearer to transport between main streams. So that's why the big tree I was at before had a warp symbol on it then, is I can use that to go between the big trees. Got it. Aha! Knock knock, I'm breaking your stuff. I am here to collect the hero tax. The hero tax being anything and everything that isn't nailed down. Especially anything that's put in boxes. And let's not forget anything that's put in jars. Those all go to the hero too. Barrels, definitely barrels. After the raising, such tranquil and fertile town seems like a never land. It's tempting to spend time here, but great adventurers don't stop at Newbie Village forever. Isn't that right, Brenda? There's a lot to unpack with some of the writing in this game. I feel like some of it may not have been properly translated. Like every now and then, some sentences just don't quite make sense. And of course there's a handful of typos, which those aren't really an issue, but every now and then something just catches my attention and takes me out of what I'm doing. Most creatures with souls will return to the stream after they died, and their body will soon pass away and return to Earth as it fades and becomes energy. Some strong life forms, however, will have some strength left within the soulless body after death. In this case, their body might unconsciously move and attack whatever they see. We call them Wanderers. Okay, so we mostly figured that out already. Wanderers from strong life forms are a threat to weak people. As mages who guard mankind, it is our responsibility to refine those bodies who might become wanderers and eliminate all hidden dangers. The refined prism bones may also be placed at the Cemetery of Resting Path in memories of the dead. Alright. The essence of refining corpses is to stop all life reactions of the body as soon as possible, which in practice is to drain the left energies out. You don't worry about the right energies, only the left energies are a problem. However, certain exotic fanatics seem to have mastered a completely reversed art that can catalyze the bodies into controllable wanderers. Such act poses a threat to Ngarden, and it must be stopped by force. This one in particular is another example. Actually, both of these really are perfect examples of what I mean when I say I think something didn't quite translate entirely. Is there's certain ways that this sentence reads off that don't quite work, like path in memories of the dead. Shouldn't that just be in memory of the dead, not memories? Maybe it's just a phrasing I've never heard, but it doesn't fit. Same with the in practice is to drain the left energies out. I assume that's supposed to be leftover energies or something like that, or remaining energies, but it ends up just not quite hitting. Like it's just ever so slightly off. It's not a problem, really. It keeps catching me as I'm reading these, and I keep thinking I fucked up reading it, so I end up looking at it twice to make sure that I didn't screw up somewhere. Huh. do I access that other part of this building, then? I mean, I guess I just need to gain a slide ability at some point and I can go in there. Which I assume slide is going to be one of the things that goes on that Afterimage radial menu. Where our dash and our teleport between trees thing is. Ritual ring. Okay, we only have the one accessory slot at the minute. So they recover MP when HP is recovered instead. So it's basically which one do you want to focus on more. When I can have both on at the same time, that's going to be ridiculous. Because I assume they'll both feed each other and just make me heal more.
Ah, I haven't seen you before. Welcome to Conjurer Alice's.
The suspicious person in the hidden cloak had blue hair. You have blue hair. I'll be watching you.
Conjurer? What dish do you have here?
Wait, so conjurers are chefs? Wait, hang on. What? What?
As long as you can find me the ingredients, I can make the best mushroom dish in all of Engarden.
That is not what I'm used to conjuration being, but sure.
Ooh! I've never heard of a conjurer asking her customers for ingredients.
You get used to that when you adventure enough.
Excuse me. I wonder if you've seen a girl whose cloak bore a triangular emblem?
None comes to mind. Master Mage Ripe knows much, though, so he might have seen her. He's not in town at the moment. You can find him at Resting Well. Just walk alongside the resting path to the right. Ah, it's you!
What do you got?
Have you brought me the ingredients I asked for?
No, I'm just here to buy things. Oh, wow. Apparently there's gonna be a whole thing. If you hear some thunder, I think there might be a storm above our heads. Everything is fine. But those that are concerned about such sounds, bear that in mind. So we're definitely buying that. And obviously we're gonna buy this because that's the last one we need to get another health extension. Or, in this case, our first health extension. I feel like we're gonna have a lot of talent points available. Considering there's ones you can buy that are 3 talent points, ones you can buy that are 2. This is ridiculous. I'm glad I grabbed as much money as I did along the way. Because we now have 6 more talent points. This is stupid, and I kind of like it. It's a weird amount of freedom as far as the points go. But we're still going to be limited by level, so it doesn't get out of hand. It just means that by buying all of those, I have all of the points I'm going to need for a while, I think. Like, obviously, we can grab some of these. We've only got a Hydro one at the moment, so we'll go ahead and grab that. We won't worry about grabbing these till we actually have the other elements to work with. But, like, we can't even upgrade most of these right now. I kind of wish you could upgrade the moves themselves by spending more points on them. May as well grab the defense increase. Like, this is a great way to end up filling out your tree. So you're not really, like, getting left out of things. As long as you're willing to spend the money on it. Because, like, I think we've now grabbed everything we're at the level to get aside from the healing efficiency. So that's kind of ridiculous. We have 10 more talent points than we have levels. And 6 of which I bought. There was a sell option too, though, so hang on. Can I make more things happen here? Okay, immediately slightly concerned that I can sell things that are equipped right now, like the shoes. You can't... No, you can sell the robe too, which is a terrible idea. Just run around with no armor, because that's not going to end poorly. Most of these things don't sell for much. I feel like selling the prism bones... Oh wait, no, it does say that merchants are keen on buying and collecting them, so I guess maybe they are meant to be used for money. I'm gonna hang on to it for the moment, though, because we don't really need to spend... You know, we don't really need more money at the second. I just wanted to see what the value of things are in this game. We could still buy one more talent point, but I don't really feel like we need to. I'm kind of curious about all this food we have here. Do we gain the ability to cook on our own, or do we solely cook through conjurers? I'm gonna grab this, though, because it dispels darkness for 30 minutes, and I don't know how important that is. But I feel like that'll come in handy.
40 mushrooms, add a little water, then some... Oh, not another failure. Hello, stranger. Beginner's Guide to Magic, resting candles, ritual flowers. I have all you want. What do you need?
Well, I need more money, but that's not your problem, really.
Hello. Have you seen a girl pass by with a triangular emblem on her cloak?
A triangular emblem? Nay. Why don't you go ask Master Mage Ripe? He's at the resting path ahead.
Everybody's pointing to this Master Mage.
Hello, stranger.
Excuse me, do you know where this path leads?
This path? Travel eastward from the next crossroad, and you'll be at the resting path. But I heard monsters are lurking about recently.
Not a very restful resting path, huh?
Those monsters are quite fierce. Mayhaps magic will have a better effect.
Well, it's a good thing we have magic ready.
Hello, stranger.
Candles and ritual flowers?
You haven't heard, have you? Far down the resting path, an altar sits to house the prism bones of those who passed. People regularly give offerings.
Bree, maybe we can place the prism bones we have there as well. You know, from Eros and all the villagers?
Ha! Maybe there is another use for the prism bones, though the one we could sell wasn't one of the ones from the villagers. That was the one we just found, so they may be separate anyway.
I think so.
Aha! So now we have the candle and flowers.
Hello, stranger.
Are you making a mind warp potion for self-defense?
How did you know? Are you a mage as well?
I mean, how many other things could she be looking at her?
My master is a powerful mage.
How nice. I want to go and search for Master too, but I need some potions for defense. I'm close to completing them.
Yeah, I don't anticipate that your large broom would be a very good defensive option, so it's probably for the best you make those potions. Yeah.
I see you know better than me. Can you help me find these things? They're common in Rainbow Plains. Of course, I will pay you for your efforts.
Hello, side quest.
I'll see if I can bring them to you.
I don't think we found any of those things yet. Because we really didn't get that many other things other than all this magic stuff we found. Oh, apparently I found the material Nicole needed. So I do already have what she needs.
The materials you need.
Sure, apparently I have them. You know what? I'm not gonna argue.
Many thanks. I will try my best. This magic tome is for you.
Ooh.
The spells inscribed within will be effective against the monsters on the resting path. I hope it helps.
Neat. We have fire. Small child, you might regret giving me fire. I'm just gonna say that right now. If this village isn't here when you turn around, well, you know, things happened.
I'm so close. One more attempt and I can start searching for Master.
You don't have anything else to tell me. Okay, it's the same fireball that our little friend used before. And she wasn't kidding when she said it'd be effective on the monsters here. I don't know what that icon means, but I feel like it... Huh. Here I was thinking it was gonna be a more dangerous monster. Apparently... Maybe they're a quest target or something? All I know is they're really not a threat. They just die. Just like everything else. I figured maybe it was like an elite monster or something, and then we just kind of bodied them and moved on. What's making that twinkling? I feel like there might be an item around or something. It's making the twinkly noise. Or it might just be the areas twinkling at me. Well, those statues are concerning. Manner potion. Manner nanners. What could possibly go wrong with going down here? That looked an awful lot like the statue guy we saw walking in the background at the beginning. Just green and dead. I wonder if there's a connection there. Whee! I don't want to go down yet. Well, I didn't wanna, but I guess we're going. I backdashed at the wrong time. Up, please. I'm not done up there yet. By accidentally a different enemy. Okay. Prizes. If I can somehow get here, I think I can get there. But I don't think there's a way for me to contrive to get there. Or currently. Huh. So instead of taking damage from those traps, we just get put back where we were last as far as safe ground goes. Interesting. I kind of dig that, honestly. And important thing I just learned, you can't cast magic in the air. At least not any of the spells we have so far. Because I tried to fireball in the air and it just went, nah. Try again later. Because obviously that would have been a better way to deal with the little rainbow bat guy. It was not meant to be. I'm definitely digging this game so far, and I will say this, we will probably at least attempt to play this all the way through over time. Today I think is going to be slightly short because, I'm going to be real with y'all, I had an awful night last night. Like, I woke up I think 4 times in the middle of the night for reasons I still cannot fathom. It's been happening more lately. And I don't mean just the past, like, few days lately. Like, more periodically over the past couple months. It has been happening more. I'm still managing to get enough sleep. But it's not as good as it otherwise could be. I'm glad I can cancel out of this, otherwise this would be really dangerous to use. And yeah, we seem to naturally keep our own health bar topped up when we're traveling, so we don't have to burn resources traveling at all. What the hell am I looking at right here? Like, he's kind of great, but the fuck is he? There we go. I wanted to bait that guy down so I could dispose of him. Well, I figure out what is happening up here. Okay, so if I get up on this, I can get up there. And I think the key to that is jumping from here. Yeah. I'm really appreciating the movement in this game so far. I was a little worried about it at first. But it's working together fairly nicely. Well, this is not where I meant to end up. Crazy concept, I know. Not intending to end up in the middle of a pair of angry undead. We're getting a lot of health potions in this game. Like, I'm sure the first time we run into an actually dangerous boss, I'm gonna burn through 90% of those, as we do in these games. And then the supply of them is also going to conveniently dry up around that point, and I'm just gonna be sad. And if I end up having predicted the future on that, just remember that my catchphrase is I hate being right most of the time. So I don't know what that propeller guy does. I thought maybe it would be I hit him and I get an extra jump or something, but it doesn't seem like that's the case. Hit my head on the ledge. Like, we're so close to getting that item, but I feel like we might not actually be able to do it right now. But unfortunately, it's also right above a long enough fall that I can't really think this through the way I would like to. Okay, he doesn't do damage. Like, I feel like he's intended to push you upward. But maybe we don't have whatever connects with that yet. It's certainly a strange situation we find ourselves in. And I know I'm being stubborn again, but yeah, no, it's definitely not a multi-jump option or anything. I guess we'll just leave that for now and figure it out another time. Impossibly. We're not a high enough level to grab anything else yet, so we will just go this way. Yeah, because this encloses that area, basically. Prizes. Better scythe, okay. And this is the ledge I was looking at before that I was like, if I could just jump over here and do this whole crazy flying maneuver, I could get there. Turns out I didn't need to. Which I'm willing to bet most of the time when I have those goofy schemes, you don't have to do it the way I'm thinking of doing it. We haven't used the scythe move we picked up, so we'll go ahead and give it a shot. that all it is? Is I just dash into an attack? Apparently. I guess that makes sense. Yeah, it's just an early cancel to the dash, I think. Maybe it does a lot of damage, who knows? You know, it certainly did a lot of damage to me when I used it incorrectly. I can definitely acknowledge that. I don't think it actually does that much more damage than the scythe does normally. Because it did 2 hits of about half damage compared to the initial swing. So I feel like it kind of is a 6 of one half dozen the other thing. Like, maybe it would be appropriate as a gap closing move. And that's about the extent of it. I don't know. It's definitely another case of have to use it more to figure that out entirely. But the initial impression of it, much like the dash move on the sword, is questionable. Free talent point. I'm probably gonna hang on to that talent point, honestly. Is what we can do is hang on to that, wait for level 15, and then buy up a bunch of talents that I needed 15 to get to. That just makes logical sense to me. Aww. Okay, so that is a full reset as well. Even though there's a perfectly good safe spot right here. Okay, so these sections are gonna get upsetting. I can feel that in my bones already. Son of a bitch. Good thing I dashed when I did there, otherwise we would have been reset again. I will give them credit, though. It doesn't seem like they hurt you when that happens. It just inconveniences you. Okay, so this is the other side of Resting Town. I think we could have used this elevator to get down here earlier, when we first arrived in town. Okay, so there's an area up there, but can I get above these? Answer is not yet. So that solves that. This is all inaccessible to us currently. In fact, let me put a mark here. I'm gonna put this mark here so I can remember that as need to be able to go higher, because it kind of looks like it's flying. I'm hoping that my mind will remember the connection between those concepts later. I was debating the lock symbol, but then my brain will be like, oh, I must need a key to go there. There's only so much you can stretch a symbol when it has another much more coherent and obvious answer. Save point. It's been a little bit, so it's good that that's there. That looks like a path you can take, but you gotta come back. No contact damage. Ack. Well, I got it. That's what matters. God damn it. Son of a whore. Another level. One more to go before we can actually start going crazy with talent points again. Yeah, those just don't do anything yet. I appreciate how reasonably big these areas are without being excessive. I do have to point that out. And it looks like going this way will actually get to the other side of that thing that I was trying to get at before. So we'll press on this way. Seize coin. Oh, maybe I can't, because we don't have a slam or anything to get through that. And we already learned that standing on it doesn't do anything. Actually, wait. You don't think that they would do that, do you? Because we do actually have a slamming move, now that I think about it. Nope. The whip attack doesn't work on that. The greatsword just swings up, so I doubt that'll work, yeah. It was worth a shot. I was already like 90% sure that wasn't gonna do anything. But just in case that interaction actually worked, I needed to know. Oh, they just drop wooden swords, apparently. That's just a thing they drop. Interesting. So that forces me back up here. Okay, so this is a dead end at the minute. Because we can't finish going that way till we can break down through the floor. And we need to be able to jump higher or something similar to get across up there. So we can't actually get to whatever's in here until we can do all of that. That's what that means. And I probably should mark this spot as well. Actually, conveniently, let's use the anchor marker. Because I'm using them basically like arrows at the moment. This points down, the other one points up. And I could use these down here, but they both point down. More meme jam. Just throw all your memes in a squisher and make meme jam. Well, that's upsetting. Could you kindly not do that anymore? Edge guarding son of a bitch. That's what you get. Bronze blade. There we go. Now we've got one of those katanas. And it does more damage. Give it a shot. And that's why it does so much more damage. It's slower. We do have that one move, though. The Wyvern Sting, which allows it to attack upward. Wow, that attacks way upward. Okay, we'll give it a shot for a bit. Go with the scythe and the katana. See how well that actually does. So far, its attack range is so specific that I'm not sure I'm a fan of it. The air attack on it's pretty good, though. The fact that it's a multi-hit air attack is pretty nice. Its ground attack is really the only issue with it. With the decreased attack rate we have, I feel like it doesn't suit as a sword replacement. I feel like we probably should keep the sword as our primary so we have a fast attack weapon available. Because having two slow weapons is just asking for trouble. See, we have 4 talent points, but we're still only level 14. So we can't quite reach the good stuff. We should probably grab the pyro upgrade since we're using the fireball. It isn't much of an upgrade, but it's there and we have the points to spare, so all of everything our hearts desire right now is at 15. Except this. We should probably grab this as well. Can't progress on that tree till 20. Okay. Okay, that is the confluence we were at before. But this is the barrier we saw before. There we go. Get rid of that just so we can take a shortcut to the left in the future if we need to. And that is a dead end. I will say, for the type of game this is, I do feel like the exploration is a little too straightforward. Like, I haven't really felt like I needed to think too much about how to get places. It's all been very obvious. But that may open up more as we gain more capabilities, too. And to a lesser extent, some of it may also be genre savvy. But I feel like anybody could look at a shaking piece of stone under your feet and be like, oh yeah, I probably need to hit that with something and it'll break. Like, that one I don't think is anything too crazy to make as a reach there. Or just for sake of example. And seeing a space you can only fit through if your body was flat makes you think of a slide, you know? All of those kind of just make sense. Let's get the scythe damage increase since we're still using the scythe. Obviously, we'll get the... I grabbed the wrong one. I meant to grab the sword attack, but I grabbed blade attack because sword and blade in my brain continues to be interchangeable. But it's fine because we weren't going to be spending that point on anything else immediately anyway. Like, I'll probably go get Elemental Mastery when we have some spare points. Oh yeah, there's Elemental Mastery over here by the dual blades as well, so we can get some more power that way. Actually, no, they all have Elemental Mastery. Never mind, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. Which I'd be very surprised if I did know what I was talking about, since I played this game for a whole 2 hours so far. If I knew everything already, I would be questioning what I was doing here. The ragdolling on the enemies is satisfying, even if they don't, like, actually, like, go limp. The fact that they fly away is still very nice. And you can control how that happens based on how you hit them when they die. It's, as I keep saying every time, it's the little things. The little things make a big difference in how your game presents itself. What the fuck is this situation over here? So that happened. Spirits be angry. It's interesting how much of a solid whack noise we make when we're hitting a ghost. I would like to add. Huh. In order to bring you back to this world again through this man-made well, I have to find more dues. Then when the Master Mage Ripe holds his next old ritual, he can add your name to the mix. Wait for me, Rish. Even if it takes years, I promise I'll take you back. Huh. Seems like sketchy things are happening. That lever doesn't work. You. Die. Yeah, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I really feel like there's not much rest on this resting path here. The natives are definitely restless. More meme jam. You know, I don't even know what the chef wanted, now that I think about it. Nom. The experience rate in this game is mildly confusing, actually.
Hey, are you here for an adventure as well? Well met. I'm Karsa, and this is my companion Brenda. We're now traveling around in Garden, seeking the Hermit's relic.
Oh, we found a note from them before. They were the one that was talking about the village.
Hello, I'm Renee. This is my partner Ifri, and we are seeking...
Speaking of the Hermit, have you heard of his tale? It is a wondrous story about how a talentless man becomes a great adventurer. He has done all manner of things, like traveling through Engarden, talking with the Goliaths of Hydro, and even witnessing the very moment a soul returned to the Sea of Souls.
I get the feeling this guy's not listening to what we're saying.
Hey! It's rude to interrupt others, you know?
Sorry, I always go on and on. You know, most people think it's just a fairy tale, but I have faith that once I find the Hermit's relic, I can prove that the myths are real. The legendary adventurer, the Hermit, is my idol.
Huh. So, this dumb penguin is your partner?
Rude. Speaking of rude, Ifri, please. Alright.
He can't even talk. You won't reach Ifri in a million years.
Oh, shoot. You've spoken so much, I've almost ruined my treasure hunting schedule. Brenda, let's go. Fellow adventurers, good day. Oh, and Brenda asked, what bothers you, you fool of a companion?
Okay, so he understands his penguin.
I'm no fool. And
Or he's crazy.
gone.
He might be crazy.
They're quite strange.
That's putting it politely. Okay, this is where we came into here from before and realized I couldn't proceed. So that all connects up. Got it, got it. They did a very good job of making sure you can get to and from everywhere to everywhere, as long as you pay attention. Ah, there we go. That's where we put the candles and things. Presumably that did something good for us. And we got more money. There's still that up there. I think that was past a spot where we couldn't get to. So many things. So little time. What's this? Talent point. I'm starting to think that every time I see one of those blue things, it's just gonna be a talent point. I don't know how to feel about the sudden ambushes in this game, by the way. Like, this area kind of had arena written all over it, so this ambush wasn't that much of a surprise. But I do think it's kind of a dick move. Just kind of drop these guys on my head. Ooh, there we go. Wandering Warrior's Necklace. Allows the bearer to slide when crouching. There we go. As predicted. Slide. Though I will say, I can't wait for the time where I try to dash and instead I slide, because I tried to duck under something at the same time. And I get shellacked for it. There we go, level 16. And what's this? Magic Journal. What does that do? Is that another spell book? It isn't. Sad. My disappointment is incalculable. Ancient magical journal that automatically records the information of encountered monsters. Okay, so it's a bestiary. Got it. Good to know. Oh, each of these actually has a different quote on them. Neat. I approve. Let's see. We have more points to spend now. I won't grab the dual blades one yet because we don't even have a dual blade. So we'll grab this elemental mastery. I have used the whip a bunch. And in a choice between the greatsword and the whip, I'm more inclined toward using the whip because it has more reach. The greatsword has better vertical reach, but the whip has better horizontal reach. And as I've mentioned many a time, that air attack on it is so good. So dangerous, but so good. Oh, this is a whole other area over here. I see, I see. This is probably the resting well, separated from the resting path. Another talent point. I will say, as nice as this game looks, multiple environments have so far seemed very similar in a weird way. I don't know exactly how to explain my thought there, other than that very sentence. Okay, this is just a short way back up. Pretty sure we're mostly done down in here until we gain more abilities anyway, so I'm fine with traveling back up and sliding through this gap here to see what's what. Because I presume that this will also lead over here. And we're kind of dead-ended on the path we took into there, it looked like. I might be wrong about... I hate it here. Elevator, please. I stepped down just a split second too quickly, so the elevator thought it was gonna hit me and went back up instead. And And it's not going to be anywhere near as quick going back up now. Because why would it? So what is this? Another talent point. Yeah, I'm definitely going with the logic that the blue ones will always be talent points at this point. But while we're up here, we can do a bit of stuff in town. And it looks like we can just go up and over that, though we have been up there already before. Now the little girl with the potions left. Do I have what you wanted?
Ah, it's you! Have you brought me the ingredients I asked for?
Apparently I didn't. We can buy more talent points if we really want them. Not like I got anything else to spend money on too much at the moment. It'll kind of work itself out on the whole. This is when we immediately find something I do actually want to spend my money on, and I'm just sad because I've got all the talent points in the world and no money to spend. But it'll be fine. This way I can afford to keep branching out, grabbing like elemental masteries and such. What's up, Snork? Yeah, we have enough points. Let's just grab the remaining elemental masteries, basically. The only one we didn't grab is swords, and that's fine. Oh no, because we didn't go over here at all either, because we don't have a dual blade still. I can't help but notice that it's not calculated on the character info anywhere, though. As far as these elemental damage ups go. So that's interesting. Not really an issue, just one of those things where it's like, huh, I wonder why that's not calculated. There might be a more info screen somewhere, but I'm not that worried about it at the minute. There was a place in here somewhere that we could slide into, wasn't there? It wasn't here. This was too high up. Yeah, I feel that on the tired. Was it in the blacksmith's place? I could have swore we saw a place somewhere in here that we needed slide to get into. Yeah, that's the other path we discovered before. I might just be barking up the wrong tree entirely, too. Yeah, it is. I'm not sure that'll help the tired, but it might make you feel better overall. Yeah, okay. Fair enough at that point. I know there were some slide places back here. I just need to decide, is it worth it to me to go back for these right now? Oh yeah, we never opened the door up here either, so yes, it'll be worth going back. Because we got the key, but then I never bothered to go back up there and open the door. So let's go figure that out. Won't bother resting there yet. No point. Probably. It'd be damn close. Fine, other than sleep continuing to be less than kind. But I'll live. I've certainly had worse. Let's see. Trying to remember how to get up there. I think it's just keep following this along. We can grab those couple bits of money on the way back, because I knew I was invariably going to miss a jump somewhere. There we go. And we did have the right key. Now, I have no idea if I'm supposed to be in here right now, but since I was able to find the key, presumably we're intended to be able to go up here. Ooh. Auto collects dues in a larger range. Neat. Open menu, switch to Afterimage, check Afterimages. Okay. And yet another new area. We might even have been intended to go here before the area we did go to. I'm glad to see that this is branching out more and we actually have more than one place we can go. Well, sleep problems vary is where that gets iffy. It's like, for example, I've always had the problem of not being able to fall asleep, but the issue of late is interrupted sleep, which are two very different problems. Well, that's our first death, and he killed me when I was behind him. Was I low on health, or did he just straight up one-shot us? I feel like I probably was missing some health, but that was a rapid death. Okay, yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot more than the kind of thing I'm talking about as well. I mean, it took over 2 hours to have the first actual death happen in this game, so really, I don't think it's that bad. This does tell me that my suspicion that I might not have wanted to go up there was not an unreasonable suspicion. That said, that's not going to stop me going back up there and sticking my nose in there again. Because I want to know whether he actually one-shot me or not. Because there's very easily a possibility where I was missing some health. I mean, there's an entire possibility there then that they brought some of their problems on themselves then. With a situation like that. I was intending to grab a teleport, but it looks like The closest one's actually up here, which I can still go to, but at that rate I may as well just use a potion and go straight over here like that instead. And we'll actually rest at this time, because I meant to rest at this one, but we never actually went to it. There we go. Now we'll respawn here. And we just need to go up. Well, yeah. I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with that movie, but if that's indicative of the genre they spend a lot of their time consuming, then the concept may have a connection there. Is while it is still fiction, it can burrow its way into people's minds sometimes in ways people may not realize until they're dealing with the consequences of it. Let's be real. We're all victims of the consequences of our own actions. That's just a universal truth. Is there anything over here? Nah, I thought that glow was an item, but apparently it's just a glow. Let's see if we die again. This time I'm looking right at my health bar. It's full currently. Let's see if it instantly gets emptied. There's still time. I will say, yeah, maybe that wouldn't be the greatest training time then. Yeah, I will say this might lend some credence to my theory that those guys with the symbols over their heads are stronger versions of enemies. But the ones we saw before were not a threat at all, so I started to question that. Let's see how dangerous these guys are. Yeah, they're the same guys we fought before. Okay. And this is what throws me off mentally with the guy that one-shot us up above. Is this area is suffused mostly with guys that we've been fighting already and they're not really dangerous. And then suddenly we ran into that guy. So it makes me wonder if I fucked up somewhere, if I got really unlucky and he like multi-hit me somehow, or if my original theory of they are just a much stronger variant and I should have taken that as a much sterner warning into account. Okay, so we lose experience when we die. Good to know. Ooh, wow, okay. He didn't one-shot me that time, but he definitely hits, like, an entire convoy of trucks. Good to know. He's also taking quite a while to die compared to everybody else. So I have a sneaking suspicion that he is very powerful. Yeah, so I must have been missing either a little bit of health or he caught me with contact damage and the hit or something. Got him. So that was a thing. Looks like we can't go anywhere up here anyway, though, so killing him was completely pointless. Aside from making a point. Yeah, this is all sealed off. And that all seems to be empty space at the moment. Okay, so that was not a worthwhile endeavor, but we had to find out. Every now and then you gotta fuck around in order to find out. And well, we sure did. And it was still worth it because we picked up the item collection range. I'm familiar with that problem of wanting to do multiple things at once, including sleeping. Just make sure not to overdo it. And you can probably find a happy medium between the two. Or, I guess in this case, 3. There's that item there as well. We definitely can't get to it from there, so I think the play for that one would be getting up here and then falling down to it. But I don't think we can actually get there properly right now, can we? I think that was the one we were just looking at that we couldn't reach. Just in case, though. Wait. Yeah. That's all the way up. Yeah, because we couldn't get above where that chest is, and that's what leads to that spot. So that's not something we need to worry about right now. This is a slide point over here. That would be quite the trick to figure out in such a short time. Not impossible. I would never say it's completely undoable. But it would be a hell of a party trick to manage to figure that one out in a half an hour. But there's the good old play and read until you fall asleep idea. That's what I do most nights. Because eventually sleep just kind of happens in those situations. Yeah, we already went down here and grabbed that. Because it wasn't very well hidden. This, however, we couldn't fit through before. Rainbow egg. Wasn't that something we actually needed? I feel like that was something important. Yeah, what is this coin? Ah, the coins are said to belong to a lazy fairy. Got it. If we eventually find a fairy, we'll find out whether they're lazy or not. Ooh. So potentially worth a lot of money, but also a food ingredient. I keep debating actually using some of those balms to upgrade our weapons as well, but I haven't felt like our weapons aren't doing enough damage at any point. Things have gone a bit wrong in this world, for sure. It's been hinted at a bunch that some very big tragedy happened. Something about a raising. And I don't mean in the lifting sense, I mean in the burning sense. It's the good old, wow, everything looks so nice. Oh, wow, everything under that nice veneer is a tragic, awful thing. Well, that's a shame. And speaking of a shame, it looks like we can't actually go back right now. Because we can't go high enough to get back in there. So that's actually dead to us at the minute. Yeah, there was a windmill that was laying on its side that we climbed across. Okay, I'm going to warp us back over here because I think there's nothing further that can really benefit us over there at the moment. Short of really sitting there and digging through the area we were just in. And I'm not that interested at the minute. I feel like we got enough out of that. And for the time being. I'll wait till we have like another jumping improvement or something before I worry too much about digging through there further.
It's you! Have you brought me the ingredients I asked for?
Apparently I still don't have what you asked for, and I don't remember what you wanted. And I have no money right now. 3 things that make her upsetting to deal with. Let's cycle all the way over here to see... Okay, mushroom spores and a medium rare mushroom. Okay, that's the thing. I thought for some reason she wanted an egg. Okay, we missed the master mage we were supposed to talk to. He is actually at the resting path somewhere. So I think we do need to still be under this town. Is we gained the ability to slide while we were down here. I didn't follow this down. That's the thing I didn't do. That's probably the key to this whole situation then. Because I got distracted by going backwards because we had the ability to slide now. Okay. Yeah, and if you look at this town, you'll notice a bunch of the buildings are beat to hell, the roofs are damaged, the windows are broken. Like, things are just not going great for anybody. I'm not sure what amount of time happens between those, honestly. Because that's a perfect case of you kind of have to do some digging to get the full thing for those. And I never did that. So, I can't really answer that one. Apparently I missed my exit. But I don't mind storytelling that leaves some of it off. Because I don't really see there being any fun in the idea of them telling you everything. I don't mind filling in the blanks. Like, are there parts of it that I would love for them to tell me? Absolutely. Using context clues and such, you can fill in some of the blanks on things like that. Again, with the Souls games in particular, I can't really speak to that situation, but usually you can figure out the missing bits. Something's not adding up here. Could have swore we followed this path before. Get down there, because that's the elevator we started going back up before. Like, we actually went originally down over here, but I started to come up this elevator and stopped myself. Maybe I should actually follow that elevator back up at some point, because I'm missing something. There's no, like, hidden wall here or anything like that that would lead to an elevator, and there was no elevator in here, right? Because this was just for the hidden wall in here to get that money. And the map very clearly shows that there's a path. Well, yeah. That's just a means by which they explain why that world's so awful. And everything's kind of fucked. And remember, they might not even have an explanation in between there. That could easily just be their hand wave of like, okay, everything's kind of fucked. Here's a basic synopsis of how it got fucked. And no, there's not going to be a follow-up beyond that. No one ever said that they were great writers. Like, as much as some of the world building in that series is done well, there's plenty of examples of it not being done nearly as well either. But such things don't have to be perfect. See, but those have the advantage of having a book series along with it to help fill blanks. I don't remember if anything else got added as extras for the Souls series at any point. Because again, don't really keep up with it that hard. I have played the majority of the series, but I didn't care about it enough to dig into that. Because it's not information I ever needed. Potion of Oblivion, huh? Well, if I ever want to go back a few years, I could always do that. This disturbing aura. Have the well here been contaminated? This is another perfect example of why I keep saying this game must have been translated. Is that clearly should have been has the well here been contaminated, not have. I usually skip those when YouTube pops those up. It's like, okay, it's gonna be an hour-long diatribe of somebody trying to spin their own theory here, and I'm just not invested in that. I guess I'll have to think of something else. You are presumably the Master Mage.
Hey, Big Beard. I surmise you were right, yeah?
Now, there's no need to assume how he smells, Ifri.
The girl in white and the little one who knows not how to hold his tongue. You must be Renee and Ifri, then?
I have concerns about our reputation preceding us on this one.
You know of us?
Eros has spoken of you. Didn't she come along?
Well, her bones did. Does that count?
Madam is...
It went bottoms up after all. I've warned her of the dangers of it.
You're saying a lot of it. Care to fill us in on what it is?
Danger? Do you know what Madam was doing out there, Master Mage?
I assume the Master Mages talk amongst themselves. Being presumably colleagues and all.
She's been investigating the raising ever since this incident.
Also, I'm a little worried about that candle you have perched on your head. You've got to have some real support in that hat there, buddy. Otherwise, that's just gonna fall on your face and your beard's gonna catch fire.
Madam, why didn't you trust that with me?
You're not ready for anything so far, judging from any of what you've said and done so far, Renee.
I came here for the aura of Eros I sensed in the artifacts. It seems someone attempted to rebuild her here, yet the ritual was interrupted for some reason.
Huh. Interesting how somebody would be trying to rebuild her. I mean, it would have to have been the girl we were chasing who picked up her soul. Because there's no other explanation on that one.
Rebuilt?
But who would have interrupted it?
It must be her. In Garden Raised. What did she want from Madame Eros? Master Mage right. We spied a triangular emblem on her cloak. Do you know anything about it?
A triangular emblem. Mayhaps. It is the sign of the reincarnates. I've heard whispers of a mysterious organization by that name with a stronghold in the Far East, near the Misty Waters.
A group called the Reincarnates would make sense for people that were into bringing people back to life. Why they would be killing the people to bring them back, that's a whole other question that will get answered at some point, probably.
The Misty Waters. I know of it. But isn't it where the land ceases?
Well, the name Waters would imply there's no land there.
Distance
Or at least
matters
less.
not. We must have Madame Eros back.
Calm your mind, Renee. Though the body might meet its end, mayhaps the soul will not. If that girl attempted to summon the ritual of rebuild on Eros, she possesses no reason to harm her soul. So long as you can find Eros, there is yet hope.
Which, that's a whole other thing. We might have jumped to conclusions when we arrived on the scene there. She might have found Eros dead, grabbed the soul to try to fix that, and we, of course, jumped to the conclusion happening upon that whole sequence happening, assuming she killed Eros. Is there was a monster attack at the same time. The monsters may have done an Eros in, and then this mystery person got blamed for it.
Thank you, Master Mage. We'll be on our way.
Because that would completely change the path for motivation that you can draw for them. But that, you know, you say distance doesn't matter, but that's pretty fucking far away. Just gonna say that. That's pretty far. And I guess the logic could stand there with the whole firefighter who sets fire to buildings thing. What better way to stay in business than to cause your own business? You know, as long as you don't get caught doing it. There's also the potential reality on the negative side that they can control the people that they bring back in some shape and or form, which would then be an obvious reason for somebody to kill someone and then bring them back to life. Now, I have to point one thing out, and that is we saw she was dead. We cleaned up the body, because in this world, those who die would turn into weird, like, zombie spirit things if they're not sorted out in death. So presumably Renee saw the entire state of the body. We didn't, as a player, see all of that information. But we saw the person we're pursuing doing something to the body. It has been claimed to be picking up her soul, which we can't prove anything on that one way or the other because we don't have knowledge as a player to know the answer to that. But both the characters recognized it as the siphoning of a soul, so presumably that's what happened. At least to their perception of events as they happened. And then we went off in hot pursuit of the person that picked up the soul. Which they weren't doing themselves any favors in terms of being trusted in any way, shape, or form since they were there in disguise. There's that layer to consider as well. But what I was gonna say is, we didn't gain anything to give us a path to go anywhere. We just have information that we need to go further to the right. I don't know if she's assuming she died by the actual act of the soul being removed, or if she was killed and then the act of removing the soul was occurring. Because obviously, the act of soul removal was occurring as far as we can tell. But we don't know how she ended up in that position to have her soul removed. She has decided to pin the entire situation on this mystery person she saw. Which I can't help but feel that that's jumping to conclusions a little bit. Like, clearly somebody hanging around in disguise and all of that has some nefarious purpose in mind. That is a decent, odd situation there, but I feel like if they were going to kill them and all of this, when we encountered them previously, they would have killed us first. But instead, they gave us this weird soul crystal thing and ran off. So I can't help but feel that they're not our enemy. But they have a purpose that we don't know anything about yet. Because they also warned us about people that are dressed like us, and we were attacked by somebody that dresses like we do. Renee here has no memory of her past, so she easily could be splintered off from a group that is a problem. And by not having her memory, she doesn't know any of that. I wouldn't be surprised if that's exactly how this is gonna play out. The classic amnesiac villain turns hero because doesn't know any better. And mind you, this is all pure, almost pure conjecture. Based on the events as witnessed. Okay, yeah, this looks like it'll lead me down into here, which is where we need to be going, so let's not quite go there yet. That thing comes out fast. I don't think that'll help. It would probably help any association other people may know of those clothes for. But I would assume they'd be able to recognize their own anyway. But who knows? Maybe that would be good. And if I had found anything new, I would be wearing it already. Because this clothing really isn't very helpful. But sadly, while we have found many new weapons, the game has not provided us with any new armor yet. And I doubt her model will change either way. That wasn't worth the effort. I have so many healing potions at this point. Is this a shop? The snail is running the shop within its own body. You know what? Fair play.
What a huge snail! What's it doing?
It seems to be asking for aid?
Oh, did the shopkeeper disappear and you're trying to find them now?
Hey, snail! Are you asking for aid?
That's the equivalent of just yelling louder in your language to get someone to understand you. I don't feel like that's helping, Ifri.
Hello? Anyone? Please help!
Now that's more helpful.
What happened?
But we can see him up there, as it turns out.
I'm a traveling merchant. I was supposed to transport some prism stones from the field of Geo to Resting Town. But this landslide strapped me.
It's blocked on this side.
There's a hole that leads out right above me. I hurt my ankle, though. Can you find it?
I'll try.
Thank you. I truly need your aid.
can't help but feel that since he's on the side where all the bracing is, he could just remove that himself and make the barrier fall down. I feel like you're gonna be a problem in the future. Not like a danger problem, but a nuisance problem, in that I'm gonna have to keep digging you out of stupid situations that you find your way into. That seems like exactly the way that character is written. Like, oops, I fucked up again, save me. It's like, well, how about I just stop caring about saving you? Oh, absolutely. That was a given. These two are not genius level anythings. And in Renee's case, it's a little more forgivable because of the fact that she apparently has absolutely no memory of anything to speak of, because of something that happened during the raising, which was not discussed as of yet. So she has, like, in practical terms, she has no actual world experience to speak of. Like, all of that was lost. And presumably she's only able to fight the way she has been by virtue of muscle memory from all of that. No idea. But she lost literally all of her memory, so in terms of practicality, she may as well be however old the time between when she lost all of that memory and now would be. Like, at no point has age been mentioned, and she would have no way of knowing how old she is, really, until she gets her memory back. Like, if I really sit down and look at the items in my inventory, there's some hints about a few things, but most of it's left very unclear for obvious reasons. Oh, hello. I accidentally a secret. Okay, that's not actually an item, that's just what's left of him when he exploded. Well, that's rude. There we go. I just needed to be able to grab it. Like, we've learned that she has a magic ability to bring herself back from the dead. That's one thing. And that's apparently an ability she's always had. Apparently she can turn to water, so that's a thing, but I don't think that's ever been plot addressed yet. That's just a thing. Like, I would assume that's more of like a gameplay contrivance rather than something that'll be addressed by the plot in a real way. Well, and here's the thing, though. There's nothing saying that she has to be aging at a natural rate, either. It's entirely possible that she's not even a mortal being. She may be some manner of construct or something, for all we know. The only thing we really have to work with is the fact that the one that was dressed like her that attacked us referred to her as an essential. Now, that could be essential to a project, essential to some manner of balance. There's thousands of ways that can be interpreted, so I'm really not gonna try to make sense of that without more information. Is that's kind of the whole thing right now, is we don't have enough information really to make anything of any of this yet. Because we've been given very little to work with.
Help me, Two Legs.
Look at this strange creature, Ree. Is it a mushroom?
You call me Two Legs, but it really looks like you have two legs as well.
Help me. Good, be good.
You need us to help you?
Congratulations, Renee. You've stated the obvious once again.
Help? Yes?
You want Ifri to pull you out?
Yeah, exactly.
Yes? No. Spore stolen. Find. Give me.
Can't the mushroom speak more eloquently? Hey, speak in full sentences. Ifri can't take it anymore.
How about you stop referring to yourself in the third person, and then he'll work on speaking full sentences, Ifri. You know, compromise. Which, in the true spirit of compromise, this will lead to no one being happy. Yeah... I resonate with the perpetual done expression Ifri has, honestly. I don't like coffee, but honestly, I wouldn't say no to it. Well, that was not how I expected that to move. Okay. I assume that was because he hit the ledge on the way up, so he couldn't actually properly land the way he was supposed to. There we go. Were these the spores in question? Oh, there's the medium rare mushroom. Which we needed that for the chef, which is for some reason referred to as a conjurer. Which that's still a whole goddamn thing. Now, was that the spore we actually needed, though? Or are those only the spores for the chef? Okay, that's all the ingredients for that. And I don't have that spore. Okay. Those are not the correct spores. Wait. Eh, nothing? Okay. I figured there would have been something along that wall there, because it felt too perfect for them to have hidden something there. But apparently they chose not to hide something there. Well, this has gotten a lot more dangerous suddenly. Ah, it's extra, that's why. I mean, they are, but they aren't. They're one of the spores I needed. Ooh, boy. That's a sketchy jump. That's a sketchy jump. Oh, boy. If I overjumped that, I was getting a head full of spike. And apparently to proceed, I had to do that, so that's upsetting. We can't do that yet. We don't know... We don't have any means of interacting with those weird propeller guys. There was another spot along the way up. Right here. I'm doing no damage to this thing, other than... Oh, no, even magic's only doing 2. That thing was just really durable. Another coin. We got a Spores gem, but I'm gonna assume that's not what I need either. Damn it. I was hoping I could reach across there, but I think I would have needed to switch to either the whip or just wait for more MP to blast that open. If we can even break that from this side. Which it looks like I might not be able to, but I want to find out for sure. Nope, can't break that. Okay. That's a way to loop back later then. Hi. Be free, stupid.
That's a lot of dues lost.
That's a lot of dues lost.
You...
Of course I'm grateful, Savior. If it weren't for you, I might have been trapped in that cave forever. I have here some common consumables that are popular with adventurers like you. See if you like any.
Okay, let me see.
Do you have armor, so I already like you more than I did a minute ago. You actually have a lot of things I'm probably going to take. So, give me that, and that, and that. Dagger, you say? I want all of these things. Could you just, like, put your entire inventory in a bag and give it to me? Because I saved your life. Because you have a lot of things.
You'll need plenty of supplies out.
Shush you. I'm buying things from you. Is there anything I have that's actually worth money? See, this is listed as being a valuable item and mentioning primarily that people are interested in buying it. So I would assume these are meant to be sold to merchants. But I'm always worried about things like that because there are plenty of times where something will be listed as just a valuable and then you find out it's used for something later too. Especially things like this that I keep finding. But if I sold all three of these, I'd be able to buy the dagger. You know what? Hell with it. Oh! Cannot buy a key item back after selling it. Never mind, I'm not selling those. That just threw all kinds of red flags at me when I went to sell that. Okay, it doesn't care about me selling these. Doesn't care about me selling those either, so these are not key items then. And we know where to get more of these. Yeah, so these must have some other purpose other than being a valuable item. Which we were told that we could put those bones in a resting place, but I thought we put the bones we were allowed to put there in place already. So I'm slightly confused by that one. But that's one of those things we can figure out as we go. We picked up a bunch of these, so I can get away with selling some of those. Like, I'll keep a couple of each of these ingredient things. Because we still haven't actually figured out how to use these ingredients to begin with. But I figure keeping 2 of each means we'll be able to figure things out with those without losing anything. That was another thing that dropped off enemies, so that should be fine. But even with all of those... Oh yeah, we have... Yeah, it's fine. We can sell one of the 2 wooden swords, because, again, the wooden sword dropped from an enemy. Basically, anything that I picked up as an enemy drop, I'm not worried about selling. Anything I picked up out of a box, I'm more concerned about selling. Because anything that drops from an enemy, you can get more of, provided the enemy doesn't cease to exist. We're not able to afford what I want still, though, after that. Okay, the snail's happy now. We'll have to come find him again in a little bit once we have a bit more money. And just as I said when we were buying talent points earlier, I knew it was gonna come back to bite me that I spent all of our goddamn money. Twice. Oh yeah, let me actually put all that new armor on. That would probably be a good idea, wouldn't it? Quiet, YouTube. Just like, look at that. That's a lot more defense and a bit more health. Just off that part. God damn it. Now, the interesting question is, does the model change? Nope. Model does not change at all. Not a surprise, but I always kind of hope that your model reflects your gear just because it's more interesting that way. But I understand that that's a lot more work. Because you then have to have it all modular, more or less, so that you can have partial gear sets and things like that. Otherwise, the rendering for it starts getting weird. Not to mention, every single set would have to be properly animated to the same standard as each of them. Otherwise, that would be a problem. It's a whole fucking thing. Okay, there's a new whip. Do I want to switch to using that? It does do more damage. And we don't really have any special attachment to any particular weapons at the moment, since I've leveled all of them as far as their initial degrees go, so we can find out which ones I prefer to use. I mean, obviously, they intended you to rush through there while they were coming down, but since I could just sit on the button and nothing bad happened, it made more sense to do that. Let's see. So, Mushroom Man's up there. I can't help but notice that the shopkeeper was not listed on the map as important. So that's interesting. I guess he's just not that important, huh? Game does not value pod-headed merchant. What a shame. We went this way already, right? Yeah, because that crystal's broken. There's this path over here, but I don't think we can do it, because if you look, this is all jaggy. I'm assuming, since that matches where the jaggy bits over here are, which these were spikes, and so were these, that this too is spikes. But I guess we can look just to make sure. Oh, right, we couldn't get up there. That was the problem. Oh, wait, no. We could get up here because we went this way to get up there. But that was the initial reaction I had when we were over here the first time. Was like, oh, I guess I can't go that way yet. Yeah, here's the jaggy place right here. But there is this whole path over here we didn't try to get to. So maybe there's something we can do there. It's gonna be a delicate fall considering the whole pathway is spikes. Oh wait, we looked at this, saw that the flying guys were there, and assumed we couldn't do that. I mean, yeah, that seems very likely we can't do that, because we can only dash once in the air. And I have to dash to get there, but there we go, I landed it. This is why we try, instead of assuming we can't do things. The propeller guy's there just as a safety net for those who are less capable. This way you have an easier way to get in there. And that connects to here. Okay. Understanding is being achieved. That said, it does not actually lead to where I thought it was going to, because I thought it was going to lead down here. So actually, you need to make the jump, I guess, from here to here. Or gain some kind of really crazy verticality. to go up the spike tube. So this really didn't accomplish what I wanted to at all. But it did solve a question, so it wasn't a complete wash. That said, I can't follow this up in any real way right now. Probably because I wasn't supposed to get in here right now. Which thankfully they at least left you a way out, otherwise I would have had to have used a resting potion to get out of here. Which would have been embarrassing, all things considered. So, where do I go from here is the best question I have on my mind right now. Because we have two very logical paths right now. I could go down here, which to my mind seems like the more likely path to lead us to Misty Waters eventually. Or I try to finagle and find a way to go over this way, which we were already up here by him, so as long as there's nothing in the way, we should be able to go through all of this territory up here. It's just going to involve climbing all the way back up here again. And since we're right here, I'm inclined to do so. As a matter of cleaning that up before going anywhere else. But I appreciate that there is starting to be multiple options to take more and more as we go. Because games like this kind of need you to have split options from time to time that are both equally viable paths. Or visibly viable path at least, because I keep forgetting that this one... Actually, hang on. Let me mark this one, since I forgot to do so before. We will give it our weird flying stingray mark that tells me I need a better jumping ability of some kind to get up here. Because that is what I've told myself that mark means. So I will remember it. I say knowing full well that I'm gonna forget what that means in the future. But it's okay. The fact that I have markers there will at least discourage me from randomly wandering back over there constantly, trying to figure out if I can do something there. Or because I go looking around and go, oh, I haven't been there yet. Double checking to make sure there wasn't like a random drop-in hole there. Now remember, we don't go to the right here this time. We don't go to the left, rather. We gotta go to the right. Because we can't do anything on that left side at the moment. Yeah, let's not get into that whole situation right now. There's a list of things that they're going through. And I can't say that they don't deserve all of the issues they are dealing with, but that's all we're gonna discuss on that matter. Because that's a whole fucking thing. I think I'm going to get to where I want to go. Going this way? Yeah, because there's where the mushroom guy was. And we don't have his spore yet, as far as we can tell. These weird bomber guys are kind of annoying. I am the one who bombs, damn it. Again, let's not get into that. I get that. And it's always fun when corporations do things that make them fall flat on their own faces. I'm always down for that. I think I can reach that. I just need to do some shenanigans here. There we go. Since you get a different amount of hover from different weapons, you can manipulate that a little. Ooh, that does have increased critical rate. That could be fun. We'll give the katana another try as a secondary. Is that air attack for it is very good. And actually, that too gives a good bit of hover. So that could be useful in more ways than one. I'm just not a fan of its ground attack, like, at all. It's a little awkward. Looks like my only path is to continue this way at the second. I'm not sure how to feel about having taken the flesh of somebody. You like that? This seems like a bad plan. Okay, I don't know why my dash didn't happen there, but, you know, you do you, video game. I keep forgetting we have that deflecting mechanic. You can just send their knives right back to them. I can't help but notice that their shields are not very effective, considering I can deal damage to them from the front just fine. I'm gonna guess that this is where I get that guy's spore from. Ow. Maybe not. I figured when that guy blew up, maybe I'd get the spore he was seeking. But apparently that is incorrect. Okay, that is just a big mechanical and wood mushroom. Okay, that is what I saw. Understood. Why that is such a thing, I don't know. There we go. Mana potion. I value that only slightly higher than health potions. And that's just because I have less of them. But I still currently need an equal amount of them, which is to say I don't need them at all. I approve of this weird jellyfish thing that just rains money as I hit it. Okay, we are on a completely other path right now, but if we fall down here, that gets us back to the Mushroom Man. Which, just out of curiosity, have we done that quest yet? Nope. Okay. Oh. Gee, I wonder, could this be related to that quest? thought I could outrange that. Turns out I can't. He's leaving a lot of poison around that I keep running into too, which doesn't help. So even if I just go head to head with him, we'll mostly win. There we go. Thankfully we healed after that fight, or I would have probably died when he exploded. Oh. So we make Poison Cloud now. Neat. I can't help but feel that that's not actually what we needed still, though, and I'm actually kind of annoyed about that. So this isn't a spring mushroom, that's an evil mushroom. Cheeky. Very cheeky. Don't appreciate that. I wanted to look at something. I don't remember what it was I wanted to look at. I presume one of the things I wanted to look at was the new Afterimage we got. I also think we never read this either. Yeah, we didn't look at that before, but it's fine. It's nothing important. We do have 8 talent points to spend because I've been gaining a few levels. And we are at level 20 now, so I can actually expand my repertoire a bit. Because we have access to things like this. Let's go ahead and grab that move. We are currently using this weapon. So I'm probably just going to do the same thing I've been doing and just go grab the ability for each of the weapons we have. Because why not? And now we can actually start figuring out a combination of weapons. The Whip Master needs to be learned, which I assume is down in here somewhere. Presumably this basic mastery is what I'm looking for. To be fair, when handed a ridiculous task like making space out of nothing, invariably something stupid's going to happen, but that still takes the cake as far as bad decisions go for solving a problem like that. Because it sure does solve the problem while destroying everything that's left outside. I have had numerous people like that be unfortunately in charge of things and promptly ruin everything. Just because it was bothering me that was not collected. There we go. Unless that does a lot of damage, I'm not sure I know what the point to that move is. This seems a little better because it's quick. We can't get up here though, because thanks to that thing being evil, we don't actually have a bounce up from there. But we can get into that area from here. Yeah, those being left out is, horrifically disastrous. Not even from a case of them potentially being stolen, because something that heavy would be at least some trouble to steal. But I have to imagine weather damage incidents became very common with them just being left out. Oof. I would love to assume that this man was then fired, but I have this sneaking suspicion that somehow they still have a job. And I think that just speaks to the level of incompetence I have dealt with that have then not lost jobs. Oh, okay. At least some justice was done this time. That's a very, very hefty loss due to negligence, so a suit in that case does kind of seem merited a little bit. So you could definitely say in many ways that it's the company's own fault for promoting somebody who had no business being in that position. But of course, people get promoted to the heights of their own incompetence in many cases. So that's always an issue. The wonderful world of failing upward. I've lost count of the amount of times I had people promoted to supervisory positions that barely could even function in the job to begin with, and then were put in charge of all of the people that could actually get work done. Which on a basis of that statement, I get it, because that's at least a function they could then have, even though they're bad at that too. Right. In terms of saving the space, it made perfect sense. Just there needed to be some manner of protection for those things. That as a matter of follow-up would have probably solved the problem. Because based on your description, I have to assume these were left just out. Not even a tarp, not anything, just out in the open air. It's like it would become even at least a bit more acceptable if there was at least a tarp or something. It would still be bad idea, but at least attempts were made. Yeah, that's definitely not gonna work because the boxes will leak, the boxes will rot. Everything about that is fucking hell. And this is coming from somebody who has no serious experience in that level of any field. But I have this wacky thing called common sense. Well, did he just never learn the simple way that wood and water work together either? Because, like, I'm willing to forgive people that don't end up getting trained or things like that and then can't handle the position they get promoted up into and things like that. But there are situations like that one where I really can't forgive that, because that is nothing to do with the position. That is, you didn't think before you acted and made other people act. Exactly. It was a completely fixable idea at that point. But insufficient thought was put into it to make it actually functional. Well, yeah, I'm sure that water was nasty. His standing water's already not great to begin with. Standing water with rotten wood, it's fragrant. It sure is fragrant. Ugh. I don't think we have the spores still, do we? After all of the nonsense we've been through. Nope, still don't have that. Oh yeah, we never did look through here either. I'm assuming any of these things with an empty box on the drop list actually does drop something, and we just didn't get it. In my own time, I might go through and like fully fill out this bestiary because that's just a thing I do sometimes. But for the purposes of covering this game, I'm obviously not going to do that because I will slowly go insane trying to do it all within the time frames we operate in here. Yeah, that's how that works. Yeah, that was the one that attacked us before. And those are the other two bosses. Well, three bosses, technically, if you count the Lush Wolf that we've gone through at this point. Interesting, though, that the Lush Wolf's the only one that counted on the list so far. But then again, most of the rest of them didn't have names or anything either. They just had health bars. Uh-huh. So they wanted to save like 2K on that position. But they ended up losing, what, millions instead? Well, welcome to what happens... Yeah. Welcome to what happens when you cut corners on positions. Especially positions that are responsible for the well-being of your product. Oh, bye, big guy. Not my problem anymore. Well, yeah, it caused issues all up and down the line. Because it's not like they could just replace those, I assume, because the manufacture on those is not fast. Not especially fast, anyway. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so we cleared all of this. And as you said, the trust of customers being lost is arguably a bigger loss than the actual product loss itself. Because it basically means that it will be that much harder for them to start making the money back, because no one's gonna want to work with them since they screwed so much up. Yeah, exactly. You can get a loan or just uptick sales in one way or another to potentially circumvent the loss. But if nobody's gonna buy it, then you're just SOL. It's over at that point. Aha! That's the spore he wanted. We may never know why he wants this spore, because he's not exactly the most coherent. But we are definitely not getting up there from here.
It's been a long time since I've seen one of these kittens.
It also seems to not be doing the best.
What are you? And a human? What do you want?
Apologies. We are merely passing through. We have no desire to cause you harm.
Wait, kitten. What happened over there at the Gate of Geo? I feel a nasty aura emanating from it.
Don't go inside. Even if you are a human, I don't want to see you die for nothing.
Simultaneously rude and thank you?
Die for nothing? Has some sort of danger befallen you? Perhaps we can offer you aid.
Not long before, when Captain Hill returned from patrol, he informed everyone that he had found a means to open the Gate of Geo. We all eagerly went with him to witness it with our own eyes. He managed to repair something, and the gate shuddered and quaked as the ancient device came back to life. But only briefly. The gate opened a tiny sliver and stopped. As soon as the quaking ceased, a black mist creeped out from the opening.
So what you're saying is some kind of awful gas came from inside this mysterious place, and I'm betting since the device only worked for a moment, you also can't close it either, can you?
All the mountains enshrouded in the black mist went mad and attacked those who were still of their minds. Lots of mountains were killed. I was the sole survivor.
That explains the crazy bombers and such we've been dealing with on the way up here.
Why must you force your own gate open? And why was such a horrifying trap set?
Not long after the raising in the holy grounds of humans, the Gate of Geo was closed, shutting us out from our territory. No one knows what happened on the other side of the gate.
Well, presumably it was shut for a reason, considering what's going on the other side.
We were the sentinels of the gate, so we stayed close and lived our lives. Over the years, none of our attempts opened the gate one bit. Our kind is indeed skilled at making all manner of inventions, but we would never create that black mist in the Gate of Geo. I am at a loss as well. I could feel an evil force grip their souls and turn them into its thralls. The black mist has dissipated, yet their souls are still tortured. Please, if you can defeat them, then maybe these suffering souls might still have the strength to break their chains and return to the Sea of Souls.
Ifri, let's save them.
Saving through murder once again. Got it.
Let's go. Fear not for us, kitten. You can always count on Ifri and Ree.
Take care.
I'm taking this, though. Geo, the Legacy of Ancestors. I presume they got more and more desperate, which is what cranked the work required to unfeasible levels. And yeah, at that point, if they can't make ends meet and they can't pay you guys what it's worth for the work they're making you do, then there's no point in staying there. So now we've got another fancy rock. I don't know what it does, because I can't use it. Still, I presume we'll be getting a slam ability of some kind. Hi, Hill. I see you're here throwing bombs. Good for you. That jumping slam he does is, I presume, what we'll be learning here. It's also the only dangerous move he's really got, it seems. Unless I'm greedy and stand there and take a hit in melee from him. Because the bombs travel just slow enough not to really be an issue, but that jump is so fast by comparison. If you're wondering, yes, I dashed into him on purpose because it was either that or get blown up, and I figured that the contact damage would hurt less. Got the Book of Geo and the Shard of the Divine Leaf. We didn't actually gain a new ability, though. Now, why is there a weird black fog coming out of the gate? Is everyone okay? What's wrong with you, Meow? Get away from me! As people are getting mauled by their own kind. And here's the gate, still open. We can't close it, so that's a thing. That's not great. But I see that a lot of their housing was here. So that's probably why the population got hit so hard when that went wrong. Spell Geopillar is learned. Okay, I can't platform on the Geopillar either. Hey, I killed the crazy guy.
We're back. You were lucky to encounter us. Their souls have all returned to the stream.
You actually bested them all, including Captain Hill. Meow. Please, accept Rogue's thanks. Meow. I have learned today that good Meowlings exist who would risk their person to help us, even in humans like you. Meow.
Of course. Free and arrows are the best humans around.
Why are you meowing?
Yeah. Because apparently all of you are getting sucked into that idea.
Oh, right. Take these gifts as a token of my thanks.
It doesn't take much to make an entire system collapse on itself in some ways.
Now I can finally continue studying the Gate of Geo.
Now this badge, what does the badge do? Well, that's okay. Okay, it's an equipment item, and it gives us health regeneration. Okay. It makes our healing better and gives us health regeneration. That might be better than the necklace we're using right now, since I keep forgetting to use my magic consistently enough to get the health healing effect from it anyway. But I can't help but notice that this actually did not solve our breaking floors problem. So that actually didn't solve much of anything for us, especially. I was kind of hoping like maybe we'd get a bomb ability or something. Yep, you keep doing what you're doing, buddy. Yeah, because we didn't get a solution to this situation here. We didn't get a solution to breaking through those floors. Okay, I did go up there already. We can go back to the mushroom guy and give him the spore and see if he gives us something useful. So we can just drop down through here. Oh, the path was on that side. Dang it.
Spore! Return, yes?
You must be looking for this. Here you are.
Me thanks you. Jump on.
Oh, is he gonna be able to send me back up? Yep. I had a feeling that was gonna be the whole thing. Not really sure how useful that actually is long term. Oh wait, no, there is another tunnel along the way here that I didn't realize. Ow. Ah, there we go. I just had to land right. A short nap works wonders. PM. Okay. I guess that was just a little experience bonus thing. It's different from anything we've seen before in this game, too. There's this bit here with the spikes. I almost feel like would be a secret as well, but it isn't. Okay, I got a better look at it. I thought this was actually connecting in here because of the fog of war there, but it isn't. So the only way to get into there is to go up through here or go up and around through this. Which I don't think either of those are physically possible for us right now, but we can double check. You ready? Wait, yeah. There's that talent point there. Yeah, the moral of the story, I suppose, is when you're at a certain level in a corporation, every decision you make can have very long-reaching consequences. Interesting. I guess you have to go around to get there, then. Ow. What do we got? Or helmet. Okay. Is that actually a helmet? It is. More defense, more HP, some physical resist. I mean, it's just straight up an upgrade. I lose nothing by putting this on. And this is why you look for secrets. Yeah, though you'll find that in supervisors and managers on the regular. That they will not listen to those that do the actual work, despite the fact that that's what will give them a frame of reference for what's actually happening. Which there's a split on that too, to be fair. If you listen to your staff, the wrong people in your staff especially, too much, it can easily go the other way around. Where they give you bad information and everything goes wrong from there instead. There we go, better sword. To think it took us this long to find a sword made out of metal that wasn't a decorative sword. That's double the attack of the one we had, just about. Ridiculous. Yeah. That's pretty much it. The kicker to that is, especially if you're in a position of responsibility, learn your goddamn job. Learn the jobs of those you're responsible for. Just learn. That's your one-word answer to this, to a lot of this, is learn. That's an important move in almost every situation. Learn. I think there's something else up there. Judging from the amount of spikes trying to prevent me from going into that corner. I just have this weird suspicion that there may in fact be something there. Okay, this guy needs to go because of exactly what just happened there. You almost got me that time, game. Okay. Now what we can do is drop, swing, do that. Well, later, suckers. Thank you for being a perfect example of what not to do in that situation. Wow, it kind of sucks over here. Not gonna lie to you, it kind of sucks over here. Ooh. I don't know what that is, but I want that. Was it an important something? I forget things all the time. Nope, we can't cover that ground that way. Oh, okay. No, this has enough hover. Nope, not enough to get up there right now, though. I gotta say, these have been some of the most helpful traps I think I've ever worked with here. Usually the traps are all there to kill me. Turns out they're doing a great job of killing everybody but me today. Oh, well that's how I get that item. I just needed to not get knocked off of there into that fall. So if I had paid more attention on the launch there, that would have worked out anyway. But, you know. Ah. That'll get us another space for Afterimage stuff. Which I still haven't even slotted in one of those yet, because I keep forgetting that I need to do that at a confluence. I keep doing that at the perfect distance to scare the hell out of myself, and probably anybody that's concerned about me living or dying. That's not actually something? Huh. Surprising. At the rate we're gaining levels and making progress, I genuinely have to wonder how long this game actually is. Because I remember this game not being crazy long when I looked at it on how long to beat, when I was deciding whether I wanted to buy it. In fact, while I'm thinking about that, let me take a look. Yes, ad block. I'm glad you updated. Now piss off. No, it's longer than I remembered seeing it be. It's 22.5 hours is the rating for it. So it's about equal hours to dollars. For those who measure based off of that, whether a game is worth it or not. Oh wait, no, I think it was 9 Years of Shadow or something similar to that. That was the one that was shorter than it seemed like it'd be. Because I was looking at them at the same time as they were both in the same sale. I was trying to decide between the two. that is really not shocking that they wouldn't pay somebody who did something good in their spare time. It's a dick move on their part, but it's very business as usual corporate right there. And to think, the 5K a year would have been 15K less than what they were already trying to save. And it probably would have solved all of the problems. What a shame. These are way slower than I would have expected dual blades to be. They could be a valid main weapon. Let's flip those, put the blade back on that hand. Try this out for a bit. Because there's a decent amount of float to the attacks for this. So I'm kind of surprised that a program made that big a difference for you guys in terms of your storage space. Like, I'm sure it's one of those, it would make sense if you looked at the program. It just seems wild to think about it just on the basis of it's something non-physical making that big a difference for something physical. What I'm hearing is this, the people that were running this had no judgment of who they were hiring to do things. Like, absolutely no skill in terms of judging whether somebody could do a job. And that was the entire crux of their problem from the sound of things. Is a very vital part of running a company is either knowing the right people to hire or knowing the right person to have hiring people. Is without the right people, nothing's gonna work out well anyway. I also can't help but notice that we've gone very far afield from where I was going to buy that dagger. And I completely forgot about that dagger. And I now no longer remember where that guy was. He was somewhere over here. Or I'm pretty sure, somewhere in the early parts of the field of Geo. Geo, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I think. Interesting. I guess it's something to do with it calculating the space and then providing the methodology to put it all together. Okay. See, that ends up putting it in a perspective that starts to make sense at that point. Feel about these literal spider monkeys that are here, by the way. I think I don't like them. I think I don't like the spider monkeys. There's something decidedly uncomfortable about them. In fact, I'm morbidly curious in a way. What do they act? Yep, they are straight up just called spider monkeys. Okay, good. Okay, so he already knew a lot of that backwards and forwards to a pretty deep degree if he had been paying any attention in all of that time. Fucking spider monkeys. Well, that's a big boy. Whoa, that's a big rock the big boy threw, too. Okay, you know what? What is he? Okay, he's Chief Big Monkey. Got it. Chief Big fucking Monkey. Oh, what do you know? I found one of the other bosses on the list. Just randomly walking down this path. No dialogue, no anything. They're just kind of here. Ah! I learned something, but I'll explain when I'm not at risk of dying. So this was honestly a much easier fight than the other one was. So what I realized is if you look at the top by my health and mana bar, you'll notice I have two symbols up there now. The Geo Crystal we picked up gave me a second heal charge. I mean, they'd be a fool not to sell a program that works that well. Is there are I'm sure hundreds of companies. Not only do we get double jump, but we have a down kick too. That down kick's exactly what those flying propeller guys are for. You down kick off of them to travel. Almost certainly.
Stay still.
Is this a game?
Zip it. If you disturb that giant bird, we're all doomed.
You mean that silly bird up there? Ifri has already driven it away.
Is that so?
Oh yeah, if you're talking about the thing we just beat up there that ran away, yeah, we took care of that already.
We've already fought it off. All's well.
Aye, me perennial gratitude. I thought me fate would be the same as those statues. No, I've forgotten me manners. Name's Martin, purveyor of all weapons and armors in Resting Town. There I was, mining Emerald Falls as usual, when whoom! I was snatched right up by that giant bird.
So that's why that blacksmith shop in town was empty.
Oh, the horrifying spells I've seen it use. Turn the others into stone right out. By the fates, I keep old Master Mage Rap's charm with me. Saved my life, it did. Thought the spell got me a chance to sneak out among the statues while it weren't looking.
You know, it's very lucky for us, all things considered, that it never used that petrification spell on us.
If you hadn't fought it off,
Ooh.
I'd still be in its clutches. Please, accept this gift as me thanks. It's the best work I've ever wrought.
I'm not sure making wooden swords is really the purview of a blacksmith, but you know what? At least you're still making weapons, so I guess it's technically within the same heading.
I'll head back to Resting Town and warn them all about that giant bird.
Yeah, we didn't really solve the whole giant bird problem either. We just kind of scared it off for the moment. It's probably gonna be pissed. But now we've got a lot more movement on our hands here. And I am digging that. Another whip. Because, like, we can get to a lot of places that we couldn't before, both between the down kick and the simple fact that we can double jump now. Because as always, double jumps are a huge game changer in this kind of game. Now, I've got two options as far as making progress then. I could make the direct progress of continuing forward through the map, or I could go backwards right now before I forget all of the places I've been that I could not get to, and take advantage of our newfound powers to get us a bunch of other things. Is the kicker usually ends up being that the longer you wait, the less likely it is that anything you go back for will matter by the time you then go back for them. How close is the nearest return point to where we are, though? Well, we'd be going back up through this place anyway, so that's actually kind of fine that the closest return point is there. And I'm also probably going to be packing it in before too long, so it might be a good idea to go back to town. Oh, is it going to use 2 to travel that distance? That might be a bad thing. Oh well. I'll figure it out. Yeah, I want to see if he is suddenly in his shop and if he has an actual shop now where I can purchase other weapons, for one thing, and I want to check out some of the other things around here now that we can jump higher. Yep, he is certainly here.
Rescuer! Without you, I couldn't have got home safely. How can I be of service?
I don't suppose you'd give me a discount for saving your life.
Let me see what you have.
Okay, so he's got wooden versions of the other weapons, an iron sword, which is definitely better than the bronze sword, including giving some defense. Armor that gives experience gain, and is quite good armor. Some fancy secondary weapons. Well, good news. I am my own only employee at the moment. But have a good night, Snorg. Okay, so I have a choice of either more defense and experience gain or more health and HP recovery. Probably do a mix and match of the two if I'm really that fussed about it. It is interesting that only at this point in the game do they provide you with a wooden version of every weapon, though. Considering we found wooden versions of just about all of them before. The only one really missing was the dual sword. Hey, I don't think we had a wooden blade either, but I probably missed it somewhere. Ditto with the dual blade. This sword doing water damage is interesting. And this one's good for if I was focusing on magic, because it gives more sub-weapon attack and MP regeneration naturally. The damage on it's also very good. But I think what I'm going to do is prioritize upgrading a piece of our armor. So I feel like that experience gain is also going to pay off as we go along. And I could still get, like, the sword if I want it. I'm pretty happy with the ore helmet we have at the moment, is the reason why I didn't buy that. I'll save up for that one. Like, look at that. We gained 18 health, 8 defense. We've definitely been lacking in armor upgrades in this game, like across the board. The helmet's not as good as the ones we could be buying, but it's good enough. I probably should sell the unused armor. Like, I'm gonna keep her starting stuff because I'm still curious to see if later in the game the description for these change as she remembers who she is. But like the floral stuff... Oh, I can't actually sell those. Last equipment cannot be sold. So once you buy equipment, you're stuck with it, I guess. So, like the wooden sword, I can't actually get rid of the other one of. That's an interesting way to do that. And by interesting, I may not necessarily mean that in a positive sense entirely. Because it means you can't accidentally sell equipment that might actually be important to you. But it also means that you're gonna end up with a lot of clutter. That's the part that I'm not really that big on with that idea. Is we're gonna have an inventory like cluttered up with a bunch of wooden crap weapons and things like that.
I've made some new weapons in our...
I just need 50. We never did end up using this tree radish meat stew. But I also never encountered an area that was dark enough that it would have made sense to use that. Oh yeah, did we ever drop off the... No, we didn't. Let's drop that off before I worry about scraping together 50 more monies. Because we might get money out of turning in the cooking ingredients. And we can see what other quests I have to drop off. Because we're probably not getting back to this game until next week. Unless I do it on Saturday as well. Which I might.
Ah, yeah. Show me what you got. Of course. Watch this.
Ah, now this opens up the cooking mechanic. Okay. That was the entire point of that quest then, is to... Ooh, and you gain permanent stat bonuses the first time you eat these. I definitely want that then, because that'll give me a permanent 3 more max health. We already have that, which will give us 4 max health. 5 max health from that. You can get max... You can get weapon attack from these too? I'm so glad I kept at least a sampling of every ingredient on me. Oh, well, there's the mushroom family thing. It needs some more of that rainbow grit and then something else we don't have. What other effects do these have? Ah, okay, temporary max health increase, but permanent max health as well. This one gives HP regeneration temporarily. Max health temporarily. Defense up temporarily. Well, I'm not worried about the ones that give, like, max HP and such temporarily. I'll go ahead and just eat those right now. Same with the temporary defense one, because I'm never going to remember to use it. I will keep the HP regeneration one, because we might get into a bad spot where I may need that as a method of healing. Though it does give a talent point as well, which is quite nice. We've come a long way from having like 50 health at the start of the game. We now have 158. And that's just in one session of playing this game for 4 hours. So I can only imagine where our stats are going to end up. I don't think there's that many things for us to spend our points on still. Like, I can grab these too, and I guess that finishes spending our points, and then there's just the first step of Whisper Precision over here left, I think, until we gain a few more levels. Oh no, there is another Elemental Mastery I missed too. But that's okay. Oh yeah. It's yelling that I depleted items because I used up some of the cooked items completely. And that's fine. Look at that health bar now. Admittedly, that health bar won't last, because remember, like... yeah, 50 of that is temporary, so we actually only have a max of 100. Which is more reasonable, all things considered. Let's go ahead and warp back to the Field of Geo. Since this doesn't use any potions to go this way. Oh, actually, did I want to warp back right now? Because we're more likely to get stuff in the other place, but there is also stuff to do here, too. But as I said, we are wrapping up now that we did our town stuff. And if I end up needing to focus my points, we do have a reset, so that's fine. Yeah, I think I will pack up for the time being, because I don't want to get tired and have my experience of the game get soured when I start making stupid mistakes or something. So, Trial of Soul, what is that? Oh. We'll look into that in the future. I won't look at that right now. There is such a thing as too much of a good thing, and I don't want to overdo it on this today. Such a thing as too much of a good thing, and I... Quiet me. Let's see. I've actually got some good options on right now. I just need to figure out between them. So bear with me a moment while I figure that out. And as I was discussing, we will probably only be getting back around to this on Saturday. I might also do it the following Monday or Tuesday. Depends on how any other discussions end up playing out as to other collaborations and such. There will be, of course, the Terraria collab on Thursday. There will be both the Enshrouded and most likely the Lethal Company collabs on Friday. And there may be a whole other collab in addition to Enshrouded next Friday as well. Friday just happens to be the day that works out for people, apparently. So that's a whole thing. I keep managing to split my mind just enough not to get anything done on picking a target. It's upsetting. You know what? I don't know how much longer Caffey will be going, but we'll go raid Caffey. It's been a little while, and Caffey's very nice. Oh god. Hang on, the dashboard is having a moment. There we go. I think I've got the dashboard to stop freaking out. There we go. Get that picked. Get that timer started. So, as I was saying before, I split my brain in weird ways and caused myself issues as far as saying things goes. Thursday, Terraria. Friday, Enshrouded into Lethal Company. Again, may or may not do both myself. I might just be joining people for the second one. Keep an eye on social media and such for that information, because it's not all going to run into each other directly, so it would be a case of starting and stopping a stream, and I don't know if I want to just do 2 streams in the same day. I need to figure out whether I want to be bothered with that or not. And sometimes I like to have my first experiences with people not be on stream. So I might wiggle around on that. We'll figure that out as we go. Saturday, like I said, we'll probably be going back to this unless something jumps out at me in between, because I'm really liking this and I would like to get this done sooner rather than later. Yeah, that's about it. So thank you all for taking the time to be here. I will, of course, be back on Thursday, guaranteed, as long as nothing goes horribly wrong. And have a good night. Be good to Kathy. Oof.